Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday evening. It's just a marvelous day here in Elora. Blue skies overhead. The track is listed as fast. The announcer is listed as slow. We have 10 races on the program for you. Had to check. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card. In race number one Bearcat Willie. Blind bridle to blinkers. Blind to blinkers. Scratched is number 7 Mickey Burke. Race 1, scratch 7 Mickey Burke. Races 2 and 3, no changes, no changes. Races 2 or 3. Race number 4, Bucky's Angel, scratched. Race 4, scratch 4, Bucky's Angel. Race number 5, number 2, Perfect Smiley. Blind bridle to side rolls, blind to side rolls. And 3, Carson Shadow, blind bridle to blinkers. Races 6 and 7, no changes. No changes, races 6 or 7. Race 8, number 5, Ace 44 Rebel, blind bridle to blinkers. That's blind blinkers. Race 9, scratched is number 2, Henderson Sealster. Race 9, scratched the 2. And race number 10, no changes, no changes, race number 10. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1, Bearcat Willie, blind bridle to blinkers, and 7, Mickey Burke is scratched. And races 2 and 3, no changes. It's 17 minutes to post time. Time to welcome in our handicapping expert and co-host, Robert Reed Jr. And Robert, it's a gorgeous night in Elora. Perfect race night for the final day of the meet. And it looks like it's a decent race card as well.
It is a decent race card, and I hope everyone had a great weekend. And of course, I'm wearing orange shirt today for Truth and Reconciliation Day. Every child matters here in Canada, and it's an important day to obviously recognize. But Gary, it's closing night here at the river, and we've got 10 dashes. But boy, oh boy, did the season ever go so quick. I mean, I remember every kind of month they'd say, well, 1 month down, but we still got 3 left, and now here we are in the final day. It is a marvelous Monday, but it's bittersweet for me because of the fact that it's our last day, and we've had so much fun over this new racing surface. And we just saw a track record on Friday night, which I think will certainly stand until next season. I don't think anyone's going to top that tonight. It's been just a great year here, and I think it's opened up the possibilities, for just an even bigger and better 2025, and that's what I'm really excited about on a night like tonight. It's been a great season, but I already can't wait to see, what the future holds here after the feedback has been so tremendous for this new racing surface. I don't know if Gary's still with me or not.
Am I still with you? Of course, buddy. Why would I leave you?
Okay. Well, I thought we were going to chat a little bit about the meet.
Do you know what? I got some chocolate pie here, and I was so enamored with the chocolate pie, I completely forgot that that's what we were going to do. I have a one-track mind,
okay.
When you said every child mattered, I was going to ask you, even me?
Well, I thought it was because the Bills got slapped around a little bit last night. I figured maybe that had you off your game a little bit, but they'll be okay. Don't worry, Gary. They'll rebound for you after that hard. And you were expecting it. You told me, actually. You sent me some messages saying that you thought that, you'd never bet against your Bills, but you thought the Ravens were the team in there, and they certainly had their way with the Bills last night. But no, obviously, Henry, tremendous season. Ashley Lenvoy, amazing season here on the training side as well. And she really put an exclamation point on her meet here with 3 wins on Friday night. She's got a good chance to get another one tonight, with full disclosure. So very good performances all around by our human participants here at the river.
And by the way, I should mention the reason why I was eating the chocolate pie was part of, we had a little celebration before the races. I was a little tardy getting there on time, but I work so much. But you know what? I really got to hand it to Grand River Raceway. And I'm going to be sad after tonight because this is a great organization to work for, and just I feel really blessed just to be a part of this. And of course, it's great to work with you on the broadcast as well. And what I wanted to ask you about just overall, when you think back on this season, we had no idea what to expect, how this surface would work out. We thought it would be good, but you know what? Like, it's really amazing.
Yeah, no, it is. And the feedback from the drivers has been tremendous, especially from the standpoint that now every post is in play. And, more than that, that any trip is kind of in play, right? I mean, it used to be where you would be, first over, you'd be in big trouble here, right? If you were first over and stuck on the outside, for the mile. But we've seen horses overcome those trips, seen horses race them off the pace. I would say, that I guess the memories for me over this season for performances on the racetrack. The one that I can't really overlook is Stonebridge Wizard and the Battle of Waterloo because he took on so much heat and he kept on going on the engine. Impressive win for a 2-year-old, and of course their signature race. But I still think back to St. Lad's Criminal winning from what would have been an absolute impossible spot. Still, I mean, a very difficult spot here at the river, but there was a time where that would be an absolute no chance spot to win from earlier in the year. So that's kind of the ones that kind of stick out to me, but more so overall, just the fact that this new surface puts everything in play now. And I think again, like if you remember, it took a little while for everyone to kind of figure out, how this track's going to play. But once they did, I mean, we saw some real strategy out there from our driving colony, which really had a tremendous season overall.
You remember one of the first comments that I thought was that the trailer post would not work out well. That's not a problem. And also early in the meet, the passing lane, we thought it's not, not working well. It's working perfectly fine now.
Yeah, it is. No, the trailer post had more success, obviously, this season. The thing is, too, is that we saw that pole position kind of get off to a hot start. It did finish as the second most winningest post for Pacers, but the middle of the gate really is where the winners are coming from, right? Post 4 and 5 for Pacers, 3 through 5 for Trotters. So, again, where it used to be, it was the be all end all was the rail. It's not that case anymore. So again, that's just why I'm excited about what the future holds here. And it is sad that it's closing night. I mean, it's working on this card today was a little bit bittersweet. But again, I'm excited for what the future holds.
I was glad to see Travis Henry have the kind of year he had here, and his numbers are up throughout everywhere. He's having a really strong year. I knew Travis. His mom worked for Standard Canada, well, still does, I think, and she used to be up at Flamborough Downs. And then Travis came upstairs a number of times, and so I got to know him back when he was just a little guy. It's kind of cool, when you're the old man of the sport or one of them, and you see all these people that you knew when they were young, and now, of course, they're not the little guy anymore.
Yeah, no, I was actually talking to his mom today at Standard Canada, and I've loved seeing Travis Henry. I get to see him at Western Fair as well, obviously, and really at all the tracks I get to work across Ontario, and he's really, I don't want to say he's evolved because he's always been a strong driver, but it's been pretty neat. And I think the thing about Travis that I really like is that there's certain horses that he mismatches up so nicely with, and as a horse player, I've been able to actually use that angle to my advantage. So, a horse that he has ultimate success with, when he gets back aboard that one, I know I can bet that horse with confidence. So, yeah, Travis Henry having a great year, and especially here at the meet, taking the driver title.
Plus, I have a little special spot for the Henrys. The first driver that I ever actually got to know a bit personally was Trevor Henry back in the days at Elmira. So, and Trevor was always great with me, and I was just the guy around track doing odd jobs, working at Elmira, and then eventually became their announcer. And Trevor was just a great guy, and then the whole Henry family. They're an interesting bunch.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. I mean, I've got a lot of memories with Trevor Henry as well, and I think he one night drove two winners for me when I did own horses up at Hanover Raceway, and he used to dominate that scene before moving his talents to the big track. So, absolutely.
Well, Robert, we've got the pick five coming up, and I have a little, well, I wouldn't say it a surprise for you, but I'm going to also be in on the pick five on race number 6 as well. I want to try to nail both of them.
You might as well go. You know what? You've been picking well this season, and I loved what you've done with your pick fours and pick fives when you really tighten it up and play for higher denominations. So I'm looking forward to see what you have in store tonight, Gary.
I've faded a little bit in the stretch, but I'm going to try to close it out strong tonight.
All right, I've got faith in you. That's 8 minutes to the post, and you know what that means, folks. Here at the river, it is time to go over that early pick five. One of our favorite wagers here at Grand River Raceway because that low takeout of 15%, but in this early pick five, we got that guaranteed pool of $5,000 as well. We've seen some really nice payouts throughout the season in our pick fives. Of course, the pick fours and those high fives. Those are the best ones we always like to zero in on. So let's get into this early pick five here tonight. There's my ticket. Going to end it off with two singles, and that's how we keep the cost down because there's quite a few horses that have gotten the mix in the early legs, and we're going to go 3, 4, and 6 to start it off here. Don't have the 4 to 5 favorite right now. We're going 3, 4, 6 here in the opening leg, and then just the 3 and 6 in race number 2. It's Homie Joe and Cheddar Bay. I give the edge to Homie Joe. Kind of excited to see what he's got in store for us tonight here at the river. But Cheddar Bay is one of my favorites, and he gets reunited with Jay Harris. And last time he was here, didn't have that winning success, but I think he might be able to get to the winner's circle tonight. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7 in race number 3. Kind of a tricky looking non-winners of 3,000 last 3 event. And then race 4, we're going to just single up on the 3, Marvin Hagler. Now his latest, maybe a bit concerning. He went off as the favorite in Sarnia, didn't really fire, got beat by a wide margin in 6. But I'm just going to come right back to him. He gets reunited with Brett McDonald tonight. They've hooked up for many wins in the past, and Brett McDonald's been, very hot as of late. So happy to have him on top in race number 4 and singled. And then race 5, just a 7, full disclosure. This is one that I was very fond of last time. Got a really nice price on that occasion, a 7-2. I highly doubt that's the same situation tonight. I think in this pop-up series final, he's going to take all the support after winning by nearly 14 lengths in 151-4, and the hot barn of leading trainer Ashley Lenvoy, who won 3 races here on Friday night. I'm not going against full disclosure tonight, and happy to go right back to him, but this time at what will be a much shorter price, $6 for a 20-cent ticket. We're keeping it cheap tonight. We'll see what Gary Guy's got in store for us.
Well, I'm spending twice as much as that, and there's my ticket. Keeping it simple. First race, I'm going to be alive after the first leg. That's one thing I know for certain. And then in race number 2, I got Kopi Luwak. He's moving up a level off a dominant win. Travis Henry, Greg McNair. And, he's got a lot of back class. And I just thought maybe we're ready to see some of his top form. And when he's in top form, he's capable in this second race. I'm going to single him and see if I can get him down. In race number 3, I'm singling Coalition Hanover. And, that's your third choice, but that's the way I'm going with it. And then I have the same 2 singles that you have, races 4 and 5, Marvin Hagler, and also Full Disclosure. Gotta dig Full Disclosure. That's probably one of your best handicapping plays on the season.
Last time out. Yeah.
Yes.
I would say probably. Yeah, we could probably say that because I was pretty adamant about him and he won for fun. I mean, that's the way you want every horse that you bet to go out there and win. I mean, usually they're 1-9 when they win like that, but we got 7-2. But you know what? I love what you're doing here. So you're playing a $2 ticket, right? Yeah, $2 ticket. So that $12 cost is for a $2 ticket, and we don't talk about our tickets beforehand. But he did exactly what I was just praising him for, which is actually play one of those real thin tickets for a higher denomination. And that's where obviously you can really multiply your winnings if you're right? You play it thin. If you ever get a price down in the first leg and then run it out perfect the rest of the way, then we're really in business for that back half of the card. But there's Gary's ticket. We'll see what Conley's got in store for us tonight. Conley, of course, doing a great job all year with his selections and his multi-leg ticket suggestions. And there it is, $7.20. Nice, cost for that one as well, just slightly higher than mine and Gary's. But Gary's, obviously, he was giving a $2 ticket. For 20 cents, his ticket's only $1.20, Gary. So 4, 5, and 6.
By the way, I actually knew that this time.
You did. That's good.
I actually
You brushed
polished it up, yes.
That's good. 4, 5, and 6 here in the opener for Conley. Same neighborhood for me and him there. 4, 7 in race number 2. We're nowhere near the same in that one. I'm going with 3, 6, but that's okay. We've seen that a lot this year, me and Conley. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes he's right. Hopefully it all evens out in the end. 2, 3, and 5 in race 3 for Conley. So he's got Thong Control, Magical Arthur, and Coalition Hanover. That's Gary's single. He does have our no, he doesn't. He's got Wallinack. Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. He's got Wallinack singled, where we've got Marvin Hagler singled. And then in race 5, he says, full disclosure, what? He's off the bandwagon of that one. He's going to Mossy's Art. The 1, and if you like the 1, you got to like the 9. The 9 better than Pride. And I like better than Pride in there. I loved him last time. I just don't know if he can go with full disclosure if he comes back to anything close to what he showed last time out. But good to have different opinions, and Conley is giving you a different angle tonight with his pick 5, $7.20 for a 20-cent wager. But you've got a couple minutes to map out your winning wagers for this early pick 5. Again, it's one of the must-play wagers here at the River, and we've seen some really nice payouts throughout the season. Guaranteed pool $5,000, low takeout 15%. We'll come back after the post parade, take a closer look at the opening dash.
Field for the first race on Parade 1, Bearcat Willie. Mike Horner drives and trains, and he is the owner. Number 2 is Control the Smile. Jay Harris for Sean Stacy and Mickey Sudar and Terry Cameron. Number 3 is Adore Him. Paul McKenzie for Randy Marriage and Robert Blake. And number 4 is Smart Thinking. Scott Quiller, Kim BX. 5 is New Shooter. Natasha Day for John Braid. And number 6, Fiscal Policy. Travis Henry for Mike Horner. Scratched is the 7. Let's get a look at this field for race number 1 and 10 to 1 on Fiscal Policy. We both wound up there, and mentioned before, I don't see your picks before I make mine. In fact, I make mine the night before and just ride with it. So 10 to 1 would be lovely. Fiscal Policy, especially being that I'm playing the all here in the pick 5. But I think Fiscal Policy is logical.
I think he's in with a big chance here. I really do. I thought he raced okay last time. Back half was decent. Last quarter, 28-4 in each of his last two. And he came from off the pace, made up some ground late, and again that's in the the preliminary legs of this series, this Pop Series. Now you're in the consolation, so now you face also ran. So really, if you're finishing fourth with and against the horses that were advancing to the final, then you're not doing too bad. I think he right now looks like he's a little bit hopped up on the track right now. Looks like he wants to go out there, but Travis Henry, second time aboard. James McDonald drove his horse to victory 3 starts ago at Clinton. And again, I think he's one that's in with a big chance here, and the price is certainly right at 9 to 1.
And number 4, Smart Thinking. I'm thinking 5 to 2 is way too low because this one made a break, and we do see a good second place finish here, September the 4th, 54-1, and also a win here in 54-2. So that could be smart to take this one, but 5 to 2.
Yeah, 5 to 2. I think a little bit short, I guess. I mean, I thought this race, to be honest with you, Gary, was one where you don't. I wouldn't want to be in any of the shorter price horses because I don't think there's a big gap in the margin between the best and the worst in here. Smart Thinking is one that we really thought was racing well, obviously in those condition claiming ranks, and last time out, I thought he might be able to make a little more noise in that race, but of course he hooks Full Disclosure, who, I mean, basically bottomed out his rivals. No one had any chance against him, and the ones that tried to go with them tired and faded out of it. So this one made a miscue. Softer company this time around. I think he can obviously avoid that miscue and maybe even get to the winner's circle. So don't like the price, but I do like the horse. I've always thought he's one that's got ability. Usually races from off the pace, but he has been put into play before, and I think if he gets put into play tonight, he's in with a much bigger chance.
And, number 3, Adore Him. And we could just take that last line. I don't adore that last race. We could just stroke it right out. Post position 8 never got into the race. There's enough when you look further down the page, especially when you get back into August at Clinton, to think that Adore Him and Paul McKenzie can be a solid factor in here.
Yeah, Adore Him is a horse that obviously is a classy veteran, right? 48 victories, over $250,000 in earnings. Not many in here. Well, I don't think anyone's even close to that, right? No one's even close to that. So he last time out, post 8 is still no joke here. We did see obviously a higher percentage of winners come from post 8, but it's still a difficult spot. Then you're in against Full Disclosure, who goes down the road and never lets anyone get near him. So his middle half is 56-3, and he's not in the same time zone as the winner. So that's never really going to help a horse's chances. And this time around, now he faces the also rans of the series, and I think that his paper, like you said, further back certainly matches up well against this group. So that's why he's taking support to 2 to 1 right now. And just off that, like I would opt for him over Control the Smile or other 2 to 1 shot, even though I've always liked Control the Smile. But I think Adore Him's in with a big chance. But there's definitely value elsewhere.
Down on the inside, 1, Bearcat Willie. Well, Mike Horner can't be mad at you. You took his horse Fiscal Policy on top, as did I, and then Bearcat Willie also on the ticket. I also took this one for 4th. I like 11 to 1. The equipment change, blind bridle to blinkers.
Yeah, I think that's one where, I mean, we're going to likely see him push out of there from the pole position, right? You don't want to waste that spot. He does have tactical speed, and he's a horse that can also sit a trip, get to the front or try to just push out of there and sit the 2 hole. I think he right now is a little bit underrated in this field at 12-1, to be perfectly honest. And again, I didn't think Control the Smile would take this kind of action down to 2-1. And maybe we're going to see a different version of him tonight. It's going to be third start for Sean Stacy for that one. But Bearcat Willie's a horse I think can be in the mix throughout. And if the right kind of trip develops, he can be right there at the wire. So I ended up leaving him off my pick 5 ticket, just thinking that he's one that might land at the bottom end of the exotics. But again, I don't hate his chances, and I certainly like the price at 12-1.
And we have to get to number 2, Control the Smile, because, as you said, third start Sean Stacy gets a better post position, maybe could step forward now.
He might be able to. I mean, I kind of jumped on his bandwagon a little bit for Malik Smith 3 starts ago. Didn't work out. Got beat by a wide margin. And then each of his last 2, I just thought that he didn't have all that much to offer. But now you do get to face those also rans. He did race better than some of the other ones we talked about it against, full disclosure. I just thought he might get a little bit over bet. Like, I didn't think he'd be 2-1. And I was willing to kind of take a stand against him. But would I be surprised if he wins with the connections? Absolutely not.
It is a field of 6, race 1, first of 10 dashes on our final night of the 2024 harness racing meet here at Grand River Raceway. And they're in behind the gate, approaching the start. They're at the start. And the rough, Bearcat Willie and News Shooter. Also leaving out his Control the Smile as the field works on around the turn. Bearcat Willie, Control the Smile, Adore Him, and News Shooter. Then it is Smart Thinking and Fiscal Policy is being conservative early as they race their way on to the opening quarter. Bearcat Willie at 11-1's got the lead for my corner, and racing second, Control the Smile. Adore Him is racing third. Then it is back to New Shooter fourth, 27-1, solid opening panel, and then the trailing pair, Smart Thinking and Fiscal Policy. Bearcat Willie leads at a length and 3/4 over Control the Smile. Adore Him is racing third. New Shooter is fourth, and Smart Thinking and Fiscal Policy, they work their way on into the backstretch. 27-1 opening quarter, and on past the half they go. Bearcat Willie at 11-1, half of 56-4, leading Control the Smile. Now Smart Thinking on the outside is moving smartly and is coming on, and Adore Him is on the inside and is sharing third with Smart Thinking to the outside. Fiscal Policy is past one. That's New Shooter trailing. And they head on to 3/4. It is still Bearcat Willie. Bearcat Willie at 11-1. Bearcat Willie leads at a length and 3/4. Smart Thinking on the outside advancing. Control the Smile's been getting a nice trip. Fiscal Policy is racing second over and is in a good spot from the backfield now. New Shooter, and on the inside, Adore Him. Bearcat Willie is going to have to deal with Smart Thinking and may have to deal with Fiscal Policy as well. And Control the Smile is waiting for the passing lane. And it is Smart Thinking now is taking a slim lead over Bearcat Willie. Smart Thinking, Bearcat Willie, and Control the Smile up the inside. Fiscal Policy on the outside. Smart Thinking, and Scotty Calder outsmarted the field and wins it. And then it was Fiscal Policy, Control the Smile, and Bearcat Willie. 150, 5-1. Smart Thinking at 7-2, Robert.
Yeah, Smart Thinking. And this is a horse, like I said, we've seen him be in good form here at the River, and last time out makes that miscue, that unfortunate miscue. I mean, never going to get near full disclosure anyways, but probably would have done much better than that 8th place finish. And this time around, I mean, we've talked about it all season, right? What's the place that you want to be if you think you've got the best horse first over? I mean, you don't usually say that about racetracks, but here at the River, it's been the place to be. The turns allow you to kind of just not get taxed as much as we've seen in the past here on the half-mile surface, and he kind of just coasts by the pace setter, and then does have to dig in a little bit here to hold off Fiscal Policy, who maybe if he didn't have a bit of a steering issue there at the head of the stretch, he might have been made a little bit closer. But I think we would have seen Smart Thinking kind of kick on a little stronger and probably hold him off. But I mean, I didn't like the favorite. I like 6-4 in there. It comes in 4-6. We're pretty happy, and the price floated up, right? I mean, we both thought that Smart Thinking should be higher than that 2-1. He gets up to 7-2, 7-2 and the 9-1 to kick off the card. Gary, we'll take it.
Yeah, that was some Smart Thinking that you had the 6 and 4 as your top two. But for me, what was Smart Thinking? I didn't have the 4 in my top 4, but I smartly took the all in the pick 5.
Yeah, well, taking the all button's okay. I mean, you end up with the second choice, but I do think we're going to likely see a lot of tickets going down. Obviously, with Control the Smile going to be at 4 to 5. But either way, we both truck on here, and I thought this was a sequence that could maybe pay tonight because there's a lot of competitive races. We do have those two at the end there where we both went with singles, but I do think that the first three races might bring us some price, so we get a decent one here, 7 to 2 on Smart Thinking.
Yeah, well, the second choice, but he wasn't one of my top four, so if I narrowed it down, I wouldn't have had him.
Yeah, well, listen, that's why you hit the all button. So you got to walk the tightrope now. If you can do it, I'll be very impressed.
Back in front of us is number four, Smart Thinking, 9-year-old Ponder Bay Galing by Kim BX, who is the owner and trainer. Scotty Coulter, the 10 Tornado, victorious. It's the second win for Smart Thinking this year and sixth lifetime. 155 and 1. The first race payouts for Smart Thinking. 930, 430, 280, 6 fiscal policies, $680 and $3, and 2 control the smile, $280. $2 exactor, $66.30. Dollar try, $57.85. Dollar super, $214. The first race, or a finish from the top, is a 4-3-6-1-5-2 scratch. That's 4-3-6-1-5-2 scratch on the bottom.
Smart Thinking takes down the opener at odds of 7-2. Hopefully, you're still moving forward in that early pick five wager, but either way, you don't want to miss out on the early pick four starting right here in the second race. That guaranteed pool, $2,500, low takeout, 15%, and there's my ticket. And again, it's giving me the exact same numbers I used in the pick five, and more often than not, that's the way I'm going to do it. We're going 3-6 here. Homie Joe, one that I'm excited to see here at the river. This one is one that I thought raced really well too back in Sarnia. Last time out, just couldn't get into the race. And I think now we're seeing this one third start back after a little bit of time away. Love his chances tonight, really do. So 4-1 right now. Also using the 6 Cheddar Bay, not using Kopi Luwak, and just because I wanted to take a stand with those two, and I thought Kopi Luwak raced really well last time, but I'm going to go 3-6 here. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7 in race number 3. So obviously, in a race where you see that there is just 7 horses, I don't have a strong opinion in there. I think it's a wide open event. Gary's going to just the 5 Coalition Hanover. I think Conley was 2, or he got it more narrowed down than I do, anyways. But yeah, no real strong opinion on that race. And then races 4 and 5 for me, I'm going to go single. I love Marvin Hagler, the 3, and race number 4. I think he's getting some serious class relief. I think he likes it here at the river. He gets reunited with Brett McDonald. A lot of things to like about him. And then in race 5, the money leg, we're just going to go alone with the 7 Full Disclosure. He was unreal last time. Races for a hot barn. And I think he goes out there and just dominates once again. 2 starts ago, if you wonder what happened to him there, he got locked in behind horses, had no room in the stretch, and likely would have fared better if any kind of clearance developed for him. Just $2 for a 20-cent ticket for that early pick 4 that you see on the screen right now. We'll see Conley's ticket. I know me and Conley were kind of on different wavelengths tonight, which we've seen at times this season. He's going 4-7 in here. So I'm going 3-6. He's going 4-7. Hopefully one of us gets past this leg. He went with Kopi Luwak off that win last time, and the 7 Lord Anthony, who actually was racing pretty well. He was a bombs away winner September the 6th, and I thought that was a real nice effort. So if you ever come back to that race at Mohawk Park in a pop-up series, he can do some serious damage in here. 2, 3, and 5 in race 3. So where I went 5 deep, he went 3 deep. We got the same. I've got the 3 that he's got plus 2 others. Just the 7 Wallanack. I just thought it's deeper waters tonight for Wallanack. I mean, love the horse. He's been so consistent all year. But Conley's going to single him from post 7. And then race number 5, he's going 1 and 9. So he's going to play against Full Disclosure, who's likely to be the heavy favorite. He's going to go Mossy's Art, who's been racing pretty well. Top 2 finish in each of the preliminary legs of that pop-up series. And the 9 Better Than Pride, who jumped into the series last time out, I thought was a real nice winner after just missing 3 starts ago in Sarnia. And I thought he raced too good to lose on that occasion when Ultra got the better than him. But for me, it's all about Full Disclosure in there. So he goes 1-9. I'm all in on the 7. But Conley's ticket, $2.40 for a 20-cent ticket. Both of our options are pretty affordable and economical for you in this early pick 4 wager. You got 2 minutes or so to map out your winning wagers for this sequence. Again, the pool's guaranteed at $2,500. The takeout's always a low 15%. Gary and I will come back after the post for a take a closer look at race number 2.
Field 4, race number 2. On parade 1, Bold Power, Sammy Fillion for Mark Goddard and Brenda Darrable. And number 2 is Pembroke Legacy. Lauren House drives and trains for Samuel Taylor. Number 3 is Homie Joe, Brett McDonald for Mark McQuarrie and Nicole Pettin. Number 4 is Kopi Luwak, Travis Henry for Greg McNair and Bradley Grant. Number 5, Better Be Serious, Nick Boyd for James Dean and Sirius 8 Stable. Number 6, Cheddar Bay, Jay Harris for Peter Corn, Don and Heather McGregor. Number 7, Lord Anthony, Jason Ryan for Ben Hollingsworth and Mike Goldberg. And 8, Woodmere Fen, Scott Coulter for Scott West. Field of 8 for race number 2 and an interesting dash. And we're going to start off with a look at number 3, Homie Joe's got some back class, and Mark McQuarrie now hands the lines to Brett McDonald for this drive. Homie Joe, one that you homed in on as your Tufts choice here.
Yeah, I just like the kind of situation for Homie Joe here, Gary, because you're getting third start back, and 2 starts ago, I mean, he was way out of it. Yes, he had pace to chase in Sarnia, but he just missed by half a length, and boy, was he ever flying late, 27-3. And that's the Homie Joe that I can always remember. You know, he's been more versatile, I guess, over the years, but I always remember this horse being at his best when he's kind of chasing a target late. 30 wins, almost 300,000 made. And then the last time out, I thought it was just kind of an even effort overall. Didn't have much of a chance the way the race panned out. And now trainer Mark McQuarrie hands the lines over back to Brett McDonald, who's had success with him in the past. So I love his chances tonight. And I thought the price would be right. I thought he'd be around, I expected around 3-1 or so, 7-2. Even better right now. Maybe we see even a touch better come post time with the way the betting's been going, but happy to have him on top.
I'm a little concerned that he has a case of seconditis, but he has 30 career wins, so must not have too much seconditis in him, and almost 300,000 lifetime. Number 6, Cheddar Bay. Well, you're very enamored with that September 14th race because Cheddar Bay is the one that beat Homie Joe, so you went to that one as your second choice.
Yeah, and he's won 2 in a row in Sarnia, and he's a horse that obviously we've seen him have success here over the old surface. And he's not his best, I think, when he kind of goes down the road and just tries to get away from them. But he's proven he can do it from anywhere, right? He's got 24 wins, just shy of 272,000 made, and he's always gotten along well with Jay Harris. His trainer Peter Core has been aboard for each of his last 2, which were both victories. But Jay and him have gotten along so well together over the years. So I would think he's going forward off the gate tonight. That's kind of how he's at his best. And again, off recent form and those victories, he should be confident. And I think we might see the best version of Cheddar Bay here tonight. 5-2, I think, is a fair number. I thought he kind of deserved to be the favorite off of recent form, even with that win from Kopi Luwak last time here. And again, at that number, I think he's bettable, just like I think Homie Joe's bettable at 7-2.
Number 2, Pembroke Legacy is an interesting one. Been traveling all around, getting a lot of frequent flyer miles, and the form is consistent on this one. Can race from on or off the pace.
Yeah, he can. I mean, again, he's one that I will always think of as being better on the pace with him, kind of like Cheddar Bay in that regard. And I think from the post he's got today, he can certainly punch out of there and sit a good trip. No slouch himself in his career, right? 26 wins, almost 190,000 made. This year, I thought that there was a few races that he would get the job done where he didn't, but he did manage to get a victory 3 starts ago, and I think he can certainly make some noise against this group. I think he's an overlay right now. I don't know if he has maybe the speed to go with some of his rivals in here if they're at their best tonight. But I do think that we're going to see this 11-year-old, step up and do some good things before the end of the season anyways. So 15-1, I would not leave him off your exotics.
Bolt Power, I went to this one from post 1 last time out, and, in tougher, but post 1 again.
Yeah, post 1, and I mean, it was a good effort, right? He pushed out of there, made every call a winning one, was chartered with broken equipment, and before that was competing in a pop-up series at Mohawk Park. So he's been no worse than third in his last 2 tries here, and the third was one where he went a long way in the league, just got beat by a better horse in Hungry to Succeed and Wild River Bumblebee, who's also since come back to win. So, I thought this is a race where you can maybe zero in some price underneath, and he's 9-1. I think he's usable in the exotics, and we see Cheddar Bay right now take that late support down to co-favoritism with Kopi Loak, and I thought he'd be the favorite on here.
And a quick thought on Kopi Luwak.
I think he's in with a chance. I just thought that, last time out, went to the lead, kind of got things his own way in the front end, holds on by a neck. Now he does step up. This is a pretty deep group. So I thought he might get bet, and I thought he's one that's got a chance, but sometimes you want to play against those types.
It's a field of 8 for race number 2. They're nearing the start. They're at the start of the rough. And coming out alertly now on the inside is Bolt Power, Kopi Luwak, Better Be Serious, Cheddar Bay, and Pembroke Legacy. But Bolt Power bolted out at 13-1 to get the lead. Kopi Luwak 3-5 on the board now is filling the pocket. Pembroke Legacy, Better Be Serious, and Cheddar Bay. Then it is Homie Joe, Lord Anthony, and Woodmere Fen. And it is Bolt Power at 13-1 who's got the lead. Kopi Luwak 3-5 on the board is racing position second as they race off the turn, and now Kopi Luwak wants to blast right around Bolt Power and is going to claim the lead off that 26-4 opening quarter. Kopi Luwak will look for a second panel breather. Bolt Power second, Pembroke Legacy third. Better Be Serious, and now Cheddar Bay is moving on the outside. Homie Joe's on the inside. Then it is back to Lord Anthony and Woodmere Fen, and off a 26-4 opening quarter, Kopi Luwak will lead the field on past the half in 56-29-1 second panel. And it is Kopi Luwak, Bolt Power, Cheddar Bay, Pembroke Legacy, Lord Anthony, and Better Be Serious. And then it is back to Woodmere Fen and Homie Joe. Kopi Luwak leads, and Bolt Power is trying to stay with Kopi Luwak. Cheddar Bay is chasing from third, but about 5 or 6 off the lead. And Pembroke Legacy, Better Be Serious, and Lord Anthony, and Homie Joe, and Woodmere Fen. Kopi Luwak. Bolt Power hasn't gone away and is about 2 lengths back, 3/4, 123-2. Kopi Luwak and Bolt Power, and Cheddar Bay as they turn for home. Kopi Luwak is digging in, though. Kopi Luwak still looks sharp. Bolt Power trying to close. Kopi Luwak. Kopi Luwak, and Kopi Luwak, they couldn't cope with Kopi Luwak in here. Bolt Power second, Cheddar Bay, and Homie Joe 151-3. Robert, Kopi Luwak.
Yeah, sometimes you get it wrong, and I'm I have to always admit when I get it wrong. Kopi Luwak, we're kind of in the right neighborhood in the first race, not so much here in the second. And you know what? Shame on me. I mean, this is a horse that obviously wins last time out. I thought maybe the diminishing margin and moving up in class might end up having him have a harder time getting back to the winner's circle in here. But it's Greg McNair, right? And we see his horses, that they can swell up with confidence too. And he brought this horse to the river to get his confidence back. And boy, did he ever do it. He wins last time out. And this time he just crushes his competition again. I mean, 51-3, Monster Mile. And, some urging to the wire. But top driver here, Travis Henry, I think he had that race kind of sewn up pretty early on. Bolt Power, a nice performance. I mean, he's taking a pretty big leap up the class ladder himself. He earned that early position from, beginning the lead early from the rail. And then, of course, you're going to release the big favorite. But finishing second at a nice price there should certainly help the exotics. Yeah,
I thought the 29-1 second panel was key. And that opened up a little bit to make sure that the other horses didn't just out-sprint him home.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he got margin on him. I don't think Cheddar Bay's ever going to chase them down from that spot, though, to be perfectly honest. He's a horse that I've always kind of remembered being better in the lead. I thought he raced pretty well all in all to be third. And Homie Joe, one that I was fond of, never really, got much of a chance the way the race kind of went. And I'll come back to him next time, wherever he ends up, because I thought that he had a little bit of pace in the stretch coming out the passing lane.
Well, one thing, if you're wrong about a horse, be wrong about a 3-5 horse, because at least you didn't miss much. Although, goodbye, pick 5.
Yes, yeah, I'm out of the pick 5 and the pick 4. So you're right, didn't miss much of the price, but now I got to watch that from the sidelines.
It's a 4-1-6-3. Top 4, and back in front of us, number 4, Kopi Luwak, 4-year-old Stay Hungry Bay horse, owned by Bradley Grant, trained by Greg McNair. Travis Henry. the winning driver. Fourth win this year for Travis. Fourth win this year for Kopi Luwak. Tons of wins for Travis Henry on the year, our top driver here at Grand River Raceway. Mile of 151 and 3 for Kopi Luwak. The second race payouts for Kopi Luwak, 350, 260, 260. 1 Bolt Power, 750 and 540, and 6 Cheddar Bay, 370. $2 exactor, $25.60. Dollars Rye, $33. Dollar Super, $138.60. Double of 4 and 4, $17.90. The second race order finish from the top down, 254 16387. That's 254 16387 on the bottom. Field 4. Race number 3 on parade. 1 Smokestack. Jason Ride for Brett Lester and Michel Letarte. Number 2 Thong Control. Brett McDonald for Jean Tournier and Guy Morin. Number 3 Magical Arthur. Travis Henry for Sean Stacey and David Lumsden. Number 4 is Come On Artie, Semifilia for Brett Lester and Diane Silvestri. Number 5, Coalition Hanover, Scotty Kohler for Shane Barrington and Imagine Stable. And number 6, Maintenance Man, Garrett Rooney for Cameron McQueen. And 7 Reactor Now, Austin Surrey for Greg McNair and Bradley Grant. Field of 7, race number 3. An interesting dash this third race. And, number 2, Thong Control is your top choice, sitting at 11-1. Robert, and, an interesting choice.
Well, I mean, I think that he's in with a big chance here because he's got tactical speed. Last time out, he's in a pop-up series over at Mohawk Park, which is obviously much tougher than the ones we see here at the river. He kind of got forwardly placed in the pole position, never really, got much of a chance to do much in there. But, other than that second panel, every other quarter was 27 or 1. And I thought he was in good order over at Mohawk Park in each of his last 4 efforts, to be perfectly honest. That one start where he disappointed as the favorite, I'm willing to forgive him for that one. He looks good on the track right now, and I think he'll like it here at the river, and his racing style should lend itself to success. And Brett McDonald aboard, who, like I said, we've seen him have a lot of success everywhere over the last couple of weeks. So I'm going to try him on top. Love the price right now. Didn't think he'd be this big of a number.
Yeah, that's pretty big back half last time out, 54-2. Positives on Thong Control, including the price. Number 3, Magical Arthur, is my second choice, and your second as well. And one that blasted off the wings at Mohawk last time out.
Yeah, and our friend in Chicago, Brad A., just said how he never guesses right on Kopi Luwak. I don't really guess correctly on Magical Arthur. I've backed him many times. It doesn't work out. And then times where I don't back him, he has gotten the job done. So he's one that I have a hard time handicapping. I pegged him for second. He obviously has all kinds of back class, right? Over 410,000 made, 10 lifetime victories. And with anything close to his best, he can get the better of this group. There's no question about it. It just comes down to what the trip scenario is going to be. And he's had to work from outside draws in his last 2 at Mohawk Park. And he's ended up sticking around for a pretty big chunk of it late after getting forwardly placed. Should be easier to get forwardly placed here at the river from post 3. 2-1. I mean, I think that's, I'd like to see a higher price than I was going to bet him to win, but he's an obvious contender in here, and you can never really rule him out.
Number 5, Coalition Hanover, my top choice, single in the pick 5, and was kind of getting roughed up against tougher horses and changed venues. Came here last time out. Second to Kopi Luwak. That's more of a measuring stick now.
It is. It's interesting. It kind of gives you that tremendous form reference in real time, doesn't it? Because Kopi Luwak wins race 2, and you wonder about, how does that effort stack up last time for him moving up in class? Well, he comes up in class and absolutely dominates them. So that means a lot, obviously, now for Coalition Hanover. And it's funny, I watch a lot of European thoroughbreds, and they are always talking about those form references in real time. And they do a lot of ABC handicapping like that, saying, okay, well, this horse just got a really nice measuring stick, so he's the one to go to. And if you were doing that here tonight, you'd be looking at the 5 Coalition Hanover and saying, you know what, maybe 9-5 is a bargain because of the fact he got within a neck of Kopi Luwak last time. He comes right back in the same class, whereas that rival went up and dominated. So by all rights, second start over this surface after getting away from rivals at Mohawk Park, Coalition Hanover, he might now be the one to really go to. And you already thought that, Gary, because you singled him. So 9-5 right now. Again, I got him pegged for third, so I couldn't be all that fond of the price, but obviously his stock has risen off that last performance we just saw.
You know, Reactor now scares me in here because I have visions of him maybe just blasting to the front here and finding a way to keep on going. Now, look at last time out, blasted to the front from post 8 and did tail off a bit in the late going, but it's Greg McNair. Austin, sorry, I've seen Austin just send some horses of late and they keep on going. I'm a little afraid.
Yeah, so Coalition River got the form reference with Reactor. Now we've got the barn, right? They just won with Kopi Loak, and now you've got Reactor now, who last time out, I mean, but he ends up fading back to fifth after ending up in the two hole for the middle parts of the mile. But I mean, he's setting a hot fraction and then closely attending lightning fast fractions in the middle panels, right? So by all rights, he might be able to have an easier time getting there this time around against this group. And if he ever does, watch out. He's a big time player. And we've seen Austin Story send them lately here at the river. He did it last Friday night. We've seen it quite a lot frequently. So I would think Reactor now is going to get busy off the gate.
I think we're falling asleep on Smokestack at 11-1. Didn't like post 8 last time out, but the start before that in a competitive bunch, a good solid third.
We might be, pole position, strong connections, and again, another one I'd be shocked if he doesn't try to go forward off the switch. So this will be an interesting dash. I thought this was one of the more wide open ones in the card.
It's a field of 7. Race number 3 in the backstretch, nearing the start. They're at the start and they're off, and driving out is Magical Arthur with Caminardi and Reactor now. Thong Control, Smokestack, then Coalition Hanover and Maintenance Man, Magical Arthur. 8-5 on the boards got the lead, and Caminardi is wanting to squeeze over to the pylons, but that spot's being closed by Thong Control, who's right on the rear of Magical Arthur. And then Reactor now is racing fourth, and Smokestack and Coalition Hanover and Maintenance Man, and driving on the outside, Caminardi trying to clear Magical Arthur, and it is Caminardi who's going to come on and get the lead. Magical Arthur is going to come right back out. Reactor now is following the move of Magical Arthur. Thong Control on the inside. Smokestack, Coalition Hanover, a lot of early action, a lively 26-1 opening quarter. Magical Arthur leading on up towards the half. Reactor now racing on the outside, then Caminardi. Smokestack is situated second over. Thong Control now is hemmed down on the inside. Then it is Coalition Hanover and Maintenance Man. Half of 54-4. Magical Arthur 8-5 on the boards got the lead. Reactor now and racing position to third, Caminardi, but now Smokestack is going to roll out wide. Thong Control was able to get off the pylons a bit, and he's in the two wide path and now is back down on the inside. And now here comes Coalition Hanover is sweeping horses, but right now Smokestack is coming. Smokestack and Magical Arthur, and then Caminardi, and Coalition Hanover still has some work to do and might have flattened out a little bit. And on the inside, Thong Control, and they turn for home. Smokestack on down the stretch drive they come. Smokestack off three quarters, 123-2. Smokestack is cruising at the finish at 11-1 to win it. Magical Arthur, then third is between Thong Control and Coalition Hanover. 151-2. The track is fast tonight, and Smokestack was smoking hot in the third, Rob.
Sure was at a big price. You said it. You said we might all be sleeping on Smokestack, and I guess we were. I mean, oddly enough, he's one that I did use in my pick 4 and pick 5. I went 5 deep in there. I thought this was a wide open event. But I went dead in the last race, so that doesn't help me much now, does it? But Smokestack, one of those ones that we often talk about, that post relief, and even an opportunity to take back value from his latest race here at the River. I mean, he was 7-1 on that occasion. This time he's 11-1. But last time at Flamborough Downs post day, I mean, that spot's impossible to really do much from, and he closed to be 6th this time around, pole position. And when he did get into the race, boy, did he ever make his presence felt. He just kind of cruises past him, like you called it, Gary. I mean, you could see on the far turn, it's only going to be Smokestack at the wire.
Yeah, and look, I mean, it was right there on the page in the sense of the last race at Flamborough. You could just ditch that one from post 8, and he was really competitive here, very sharp, just 2 races ago, in with this bunch. Nighttime Dancer, Doc's Philly Cheese, right close with those are 2 good ones.
Oh, absolutely they are. And you know what? You could even say really that field was maybe even a little more deeper on the top end on that occasion, and this one's kind of more wide open, right? Like I said, I use five of the seven in here, and again I think that last installment of this class that he faced here was a pretty tough group. I mean, Doc's Philly Cheese finishes second, and this one not too far behind. So you kind of called it. You said you think he's an overlay and one worth sleeping on. He wins it 11-1. Magical Arthur, one that certainly always is kind of in the mix, but sometimes comes up short. He finishes second as Thong Control, one I liked at a price, rounds out the trifecta. Coalition Hammer, just not his night, I guess.
Yeah, and look, also trip handicapping, he was a little further back and just had a lot of work to do, and Smokestack got the trip.
He absolutely, yeah. The thing is, I think last time we kind of thought, okay, well, Collision never got forwardly placed, but that's from the pole position, right? Even from post five, a horse that doesn't have that lightning fast speed off the gate, sometimes they can't get forwardly placed, and obviously he paid dearly for it tonight.
Back in front of us, Smokestack, 5-year-old Sweet Lou Bay Gelding, owned by Michelle Letarte and Brett Lester. Brett Lester, the trainer, chasing. Ryan's the winning driver, 8th win this year, and it is the 11th win lifetime. Smokestack, 151 and 2. The third race payouts: 1 Smokestack, 25.50, 7.30, 4.20, 3 Magical Arthur, 3.73.10, 2 Thong Control, 4.30. $2 exactor, 75.50. Dollar try, 106.40. Dollar super, 269.85. Third race, or finish from the top, 1325476. That's 1325476 on the bottom. Field for the fourth race on parade. One is Esquire, Jason Ryan for Mark Goddard and Brendan Guerrera. Number 2 is Catkin Morgan, Sammy Filia for Roy Jeffries. Three is Marvin Hagler, Brett McDonough for Mark McQuarrie and Mary Pedden. And 4 is Scratch, 5 top of the bar, George Ketros drives and trains and owns. Number 6, Eden on the Hill. Mark Goddard drives and trains for Howard Kaufman and Bryn Mawr and Joshua Kaufman. Number 7 is Woolanack. Tyler Moore for Kenny Ellis. 8 is She's Beer League. Scott Kohler for Jared Bothwell. And 9 is I'm Above Average. Daryl Thiessen for Derek Anderson and Scott Mason. Field of 8, race number 4. Let's get a look at this field of trotters. And Rob, you and I both love Marvin Hagler in here, despite that last race. One thing to note, of course, now Brett McDonald gets the lines.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big part of it, right? When a trainer hands the lines back over to a catch driver, and especially someone who's had a lot of success with them before, and Brett McDonald has, and he's had success over this surface too, Gary. I mean, he's got 2 wins in 6 tries over it. And one of those was a preferred 2 victory, and he did so with ease too. I mean, it was a real nice win in 56 flat back in early July, and I just thought this looks like a great spot for him. Right, he gets a drop down in class. He took on preferred 3 types last time in Sarnia, and before that, even his last start here when he was second was in the top condition class, second to Grateful, who was doing good things at the time. So I couldn't go against him here. I love the horse. Love what he's done over the years, and he's got 12 top 2 finishes from 24 starts this season. 6 to 5. I figured he'd be the favorite. Hopefully that price is above even money though.
Well, yeah, and look, you got to take the price. I mean, I just couldn't go against Marvin Hagler in here. I'm Above Average is one I could like a little bit more if it wasn't for the trailer post, but this is one that did get a win here just 2 races ago. Now that was a level below this.
It was, but it was such an impressive victory, right? It really was one of those ones that made you kind of take pause, afterwards, and kind of reevaluate him as a horse, right? Because going into it, he was 6th and distance off a break. But obviously the new trainer for him, Derek Anderson, who this is going to be now his 5th start, kind of got him figured out in that 3rd try. Last time out, was left with a lot of work to do when stepping up in class, and this time around now he's got the trailing post. As long as he can kind of mind his manners from there, I think he's got a chance. He's got a puncher's chance in here. But I like him underneath, obviously, Marvin Hagler, who I designate as my best bet of the night. So yeah, he'll be my main player underneath in the exotics.
Woolanack is sitting at 7 to 1 and has certainly had a good year. It gets to move in 1 spot on the gate, leaves at a post position 6th. And 7 to 1 may be enough to take a flyer.
Yeah, I think this is when obviously Conley was singling in his multi-leg wagers, and he's been super consistent. The thing about Wallnack was, and again, like he made that nice transition to these types of races. When horses move up the class ladder, they win their way out of all those non-winners of X lifetime races. Then they got to go face seasoned race horses. It sometimes can be a bit of a difficult transition for them, but Wallnack handled it beautifully, and I think he certainly fits in with this group as well. But I do think going up against one like Marvin Hagler might be a little bit of a difficult task. He does move in a spot on the gate to post 6, and I mean you could convince me he's the value on the board right now at 7 to 1. But I'm not going to go against Marvin Hagler. I think though that he does merit respect against this group just with what he's done all season. And the fact that he's shown he can be competitive against these types in the past.
And number 1 Esquire, tons of back class, and was still a big earner last year. This year it's been much lighter. Maybe he's starting to get towards or past the best before date.
Yeah, I think for me it's more just his back class, the pole position, the fact he still has tactical speed, and you're looking for horses that can land on the ticket that might be able to add some value. I think Esquire is one that can do that. Again, he doesn't really have to take a big step up from what he's been doing to land third or fourth here, especially if he gets away well off the gate.
Quick thought on Eden on the Hill was second at Mohawk in 55 just 2 races ago.
Yeah, stablemate to Esquire. For me, 7-2 is an overbet in my opinion. It is a horse that I've backed in the past, but I opted to watch him tonight, and at that price, I mean, I couldn't get there anyways. He's 1 for 28. Esquire is 1 for 27. They've both been camera shy. I'd rather go with Esquire to hit the ticket, to be perfectly honest.
Well, we're both on Marvin Hagler, and much more than a puncher's chance. He's the favorite. It's a field of 8 for race number 4. They're gathering speed, approaching the start. Field of 8, the 4th race. On closing night here at Grand River Raceway, and Wolanak is going to blast with Eden on the Hill, and then also getting out well, Marvin Hagler to the inside is Esquire, 5th as they work around the turn, Catkin Morgan, then it is I'm Above Average and back to top of the bar, and She's Beer League is trailing the field. Marvin Hagler has the lead, and Eden on the Hill is still working on the outside. Marvin Hagler insisting on the lead. Eden on the Hill is caught on the outside, and Esquire is filling the pocket, and Wolanak is racing position 4th. Then it is I'm Above Average and Catkin Morgan as they race their way off the turn. Then it is back further to top of the bar, and She's Beer League. Marvin Hagler and Brett McDonald's got the lead. Eden on the Hill parked and forcing the issue, and now Eden on the Hill is going to squeeze on into the pylons, and then Esquire's racing position 3rd as they work their way on up towards the half of a 27-4 opening quarter. Now I'm Above Average is moving, and Esquire's 4th on the inside. 5th is Catkin Morgan. Wolanak is 6th, and top of the bar is 7th, and She's Beer League is back trailing the field. 57-1 is the halftime. 29-2 second panel. Marvin Hagler 3-5 on the board, and Brett McDonald is sitting comfortable in the bike, and more comfortable now with I'm Above Average off stride. Eden on the Hill is on the inside and inherits second now. Catkin Morgan and Esquire and Wolanak, and then it is back to top of the bar, and She's Beer League, but Marvin Hagler is pouring it on. Marvin Hagler, as they roll towards the top of the stretch, has got a lead of about 5 or 6 lengths. Eden on the Hill is racing second. Catkin Morgan and Esquire. And Marvin Hagler is getting some urging now to keep on going. Marvin Hagler is cruising, and the referee can step in the ring because Marvin Hagler has punched out this field. Eden on the Hill, Esquire on the inside against Eden on the Hill, and then Catkin Morgan. 155-4. Marvin Hagler, it wasn't a fair fight, Rob.
No, it wasn't. And again, just the class relief and getting reunited with Brett McDonald. I mean, there's a lot of things going in his favor in here, and just stood out in that field, right? That's why I made him a single in the multi-legs and made him my best bet of the night. 3-5, obviously. Not the price you're looking to get down. Even money would have been nicer, but hey, he won like a 3-5 shot. I was getting really excited, Gary, because I'm Above Average. I thought was going to actually just forge his way into second, and then finish second. The Exacta was paying fantastic 3-9, and I had 3-9-1 coming out of my ears. I'm not sure if the one did get second or not, but I did like his chances to hit the ticket at a big price. So a missed opportunity there. I think I'm Above Average would have likely been the runner-up if he stays on the trot, but wasn't meant to be.
It is close for second. I originally called Eden on the Hill, but then I hedged my bets when they got closer at the finish than I was anticipating, but I didn't have to worry about looking closely at the win.
No, it was pretty easy, and it was kind of we could see it coming a mile away, right? I mean, just when he gets put into play and looking as good as he did out there, he's not going to make any mistakes against this group, and a big dip down in class for him, and this will likely springboard him into good things.
Good job by Mark Goddard getting Eden on the Hill to stick around. Did actually finish third, so you did get Esquire at 21-1. The classy veteran. We like to split those price sources. We do it with a 21-1 shot, finishing second.
Yeah, it's going to help things out. I mean, and how about those are both Mark Goddard pupils that finished in that photo for second, right beside each other, noses apart. So
So he didn't
they
have to
end
worry
up
about
rounding out
he
the.
didn't care which way the photo went.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he did. I mean, he's driving one of them, so that may that may have been something he would have liked a little more. But at the end of the day, they rounded out second and third, and like you said, we like splitting those favorites. And then Katkin Morgan fourth at 10-1 should certainly help the try in the Super, anyways.
It's a 3-1, 6-2. Top four, Marvin Hagler, victorious in the fourth, and a 5-year-old crazed Bay Gelding, owned by Mary Pedden and Mark McQuarrie. Mark is also the trainer. Brett McDonald's the winning driver. Seventh win for Marvin Hagler. It's the seventh win this season, 23rd lifetime, 155-4. Fourth race payouts: three Marvin Hagler, 330, 280, 260. One Esquire, $10, and six Eden on the Hill, $4. $2 exactor, 1880. Dollar try, 56.15. Dollar superfected, 207.75. Fourth race order finish from the top to 241, scratch 63587. That's 241, scratch 63587 on the bottom. Field for the fifth on parade. 1, Mossy's Art, Sammy Fillion, Jason Mitchell, and Jerry Belanger. Number 2 is Perfect Smiley, Nick Stewart for Peter Christie. And number 3, Carson Shadow of the Week rank for Vicky Gregg and David Carson. And number 4, easily the best, Travis Henry for Matt Dupuis and Rick Heeman. And 5, Walter Just Walter, Scooter Gimlet for Kerry LeCain and Mary Christopher. Number 6, he's 40, Daryl Thiessen for Bud Sinclair and Jim and Doreen Flynn. Number 7, Full Disclosure, Austin Sorry for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. It is Ham Sandwich, Steve Houdon for Laura Toscani. And 9 is Better Than Pride, Garrett Rooney for Gerald Lilly and Fred Niclerio. Field of 9, race number 5. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, I might have slightly misspoke when I said Full Disclosure was your most impressive pick this year, because obviously you've had picks that paid a lot more. In fact, you had like a $30 winner. You've had some nice plays. But the thing that stood out for me with Full Disclosure was it wasn't that he was coming into the race gung-ho. He had 1 win in 22 starts on the year and only 4 top 3 finishes going into that spot. And you were absolutely adamant that Full Disclosure would win, and then he won by 13 plus.
Yeah, he absolutely crushed. And, yeah, those ones feel good, right? Especially at that kind of a price. And right now, he's getting a little bit revved up out there right now for Austin Sorry. He was aboard last time. He zinged him off the gate, and then really there was no slowing down after that. I mean, he blew the field away. That was second start, Ashley Lenvoy, who we saw get 3 wins here Friday night, our top trainer here at Grand River. And the start before that at Flamborough Downs, I still think and maintain we would have seen much better things from him if he had got a path in the stretch. He was kind of just trapped with horses all around him. So I love what I saw from this horse in the past. He's always had ability. You see, he's got 135,000 almost in earnings, just 7 victories, but he's had wins like that in the past, or at least attempts like that in the past, where he goes wicked fractions, and if he missed, it wasn't by much. So I think we'll likely see a similar strategy tonight from the same post he had last time, but the price is much different at 2 to 5.
And that's also where it's important that you watch these replays, because you wouldn't have picked that up just on the charted line. You have to actually see the race, and so that's part of how you nail down Full Disclosure. 9, Better Than Pride is one that, well, a mile of 53 and 4 here last time out in the pop-up series, and now has 2 good races in the past 3. Not a lot of consistency, but you do have a couple of good recent dashes.
Yeah, and both times was Garrett Rooney aboard, and you get Garrett aboard tonight, right? So the one, last time out, I labeled him a value player. We didn't get value on him. He won at 70 cents to the dollar, and likely because people just went with that angle, right? Garrett Rooney's back aboard. He raced well 2 starts ago, the time for Garrett Rooney, and I thought he raced tremendous on September the 7th, only missing by half a length at Ultra. And the start after that, his trainer was aboard, and they kind of just ended up not being able to get into a spot where he could do something similar. And I thought he just paced an even mile to be 6th, and one that likely benefited him last time out when he actually had to do a lot of work for that victory. So I think he's the main player underneath. I mean, it's hard to kind of, say he can upset when he was 2 seconds slower last time, and I think all out in doing so. But he's a nice horse in his own right, and he's got a mark of 151 flat, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him, emerge as a clear second choice in here.
Number 8, Ham Sandwich. If you didn't see the race last time out and you asked Steve Houdon, how'd you do? He's, I got beat almost 14 lengths, but I was second.
Yeah, exactly, right? Went a nice mile in his own right as the favorite, too. 85 cents to the dollar. You round out the exact, nearly the length of the stretch behind them, but 54-3, not a bad mile, and had missed almost 3 weeks in between starts. So I think he's an overlay right now. We talk about taking back value again. Hard for me to pick against, full disclosure, or say I would bet someone against him here. But if you think that it's a start that's maybe going to take a little more out of him, or he can't come back to it, then Ham Sandwich might be the place you want to land at a price like 12-1. I mean, he's odds on last time out, and now he's 13-1. I mean, that's a good price on a horse that is easy to spot on the racetrack.
Well, if you want to take back value, if you were chasing Mossy's Art last time out and just got disappointed, that was at about 2.5-1, 5-2. Now you got 11-1.
Yeah, and he's in good order. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you look at a horse that's been consistent. He's been racing really well. The starts over at Court, the Downs were okay. And then since he got here, that win was a good one. I thought it was much easier than it looks on paper. And then last time out, he just missed it better than Pride. He gets the pole position. He's likely going to push out of there. And he'll probably be sitting a pretty, favorable trip, I would think. He's the trip horse in here, and one that I think can land somewhere in the exotics.
Now, a thought on easily the best.
Well, broke last time. Would have made a difference. Probably not for the win end, but he probably would have got a big piece of it. Was a good winner the time before that. We've seen him go a lot of big miles here at the River. He's only 2 for 15 on the year, but I don't think that really speaks to the efforts that he's produced. So I think he can hit the high five. Pretty formful in my selection so for that high five ticket.
And I'm cheering for Walter to get off the gate and get on the ticket again with Scooter Gimlet driving. It's a field of 9. They're approaching the start. Field is at the start of the rough, and easily the best is going to leave out with Full Disclosure and Perfect Smiley and Carson Shadow. It's Carson Shadow now driving on. Carson Shadow easily the best. Mossy's Art, Perfect Smiley, Full Disclosure is still racing on the outside, and now scooting through is Better Than Pride. 4th, Full Disclosure is 5th, and then Walter, Perfect Smiley, Ham Sandwich, and he's sporty. Lot of action early. 26-1 opening quarter, and Carson Shadow and Louis Gregg has the lead right now, and then it is Mossy's Art. Easily the best is parked third. On the inside is Better Than Pride, and then it is Full Disclosure. Ham Sandwich is out 3 wide as they work their way on towards the half off that 26-1 opening quarter, and then on the inside is Walter, but it's right now Carson Shadow at 99-1 who's got the lead. Mossy's Art filling the pocket at 20-1. Easily the best on the inside, Better Than Pride, center of the track. Full Disclosure hasn't seen the inside. Ham Sandwich is 3 wide. Perfect Smiley and Walter, and he's 54-3. And they work the backstretch. Carson Shadow, long shot, still has lead. There goes Full Disclosure. 3 wide to try to hustle around. Easily the best. Full Disclosure is coming on. Easily the best on the inside. Long shot. Carson Shadow still holds on to the lead. Better Than Pride is scooting through to the inside and could be getting a nice trip. And then Mossy's Art coming late as he's sporty. And then it is Walter, and Perfect Smiley and Ham Sandwich. And there is he sporty sent out wide as they turn for home. They're all bunched up on down the stretch. Where they come? Easily the best in Full Disclosure. Here it comes. He's sporty. Full Disclosure. Had to work for it. Austin Sorry laying back and showing at the finish, and then he's sporty. Better Than Pride, 153-3. Full Disclosure. Last time kind of did it the easy way, and this week did it the hard way.
No, he certainly did. I mean, for the favorite backers there, you got a 1-9 shot who, I mean, parked the entire mile. Ends up being 3 wide for a long bit at the end there. It kind of looks like he's kind of hanging, but I just don't know if he was coming forward in the turn because he went straight away. He certainly came forward nicely, and boy, oh boy, Austin Sorry there giving us a little bit of showmanship in the end there. The sport needs a little more than that. I like to see it. That's the utmost confidence for him. I mean, he's just kind of a little bit of showboating late here when he got the horse off the wheel. He kind of got stuck on the wheel of the 4, but when he did finally get to the clearance, it's lights out. Full Disclosure, just too good for them.
Top of the stretch, I thought maybe we're going to see He's Sporty come blasting on by, and He's Sporty at 80-1 would have been interesting.
Yeah, it would have been interesting. I mean, you know what the thing is too is that I know the Osborne's inflated, but he's obviously going to help out that high five ticket. There he is here. Austin looks back and he gives a little whip drag. And how do you do to Daryl Thiessen there, who's may have had his sights set on the victory for a bit there, like you said. Looks like he was, going to get past them at 84-1, but he will help that high five ticket, no doubt about it. A lot of horses got trapped on the inside there, a lot of action early. I mean, that was the thing that was kind of cool about that race. I mean, there was tremendous early action, and that certainly helps get a big price underneath full disclosure late.
That's not an easy race to kind of announce because they're just all over the place.
No, I can't imagine. I mean, I was trying to keep track of everyone just watching it without having to call a race. I mean, it was, we had it looked like a race from Australia, right? We had a horse three wide for majority of the mile too. So just wild finish, right? But it's a pop-up series final. Chips are down in the final, and everyone was certainly wanting that victory, but just too tough to beat a 1-9 shot in full disclosure.
And Ashley Lenvoy adds one more, our season's best winning trainer as well. Back in front of us is number 7, Full Disclosure. 5-year-old Sweet Lou, brown horse, on Gino Toscani, trained by Ashley Lenvoy. Austin Sorey is the winning driver. It's the 3rd win this year, 2nd in a row. Full Disclosure, 153-3. Fifth race, payout 7, Full Disclosure, 210, 210, 210. 6E Sporty, 31.80 and 11.40 and 9, better than Pride, 290. $2 exactor, 111.50. Dollar Try, 256.40. and the 20 cent pick, the dollar pick three rather, 23.20. Dollar win for 40.95. Dollar pick five, 270.85. The 20 cent high five, 1340.84. Fifth race payouts of 587462193. That's 587462193 on the bottom.
Full disclosure would not be denied in that pop-up series final. Odds of 1-9 did not look like a likely winner through much of that trip, but dug down deep to get the job done and did it with relative ease in the end. A little bit of gamesmanship too from Austin Story. That's fun to see. But we're halfway through our final card of the season, and that means it is time for the late pick five, starting right here in race number 6. Same low takeout at 15%, and we've got all three of us in play for these tickets tonight. Myself, Gary, and Colin. We're going to look at my ticket first, see what my ticket looks like, and there it is. 1-2 here. So two deep here. That's a couple of horses that I've been backing frequently. Big Nipper on top. Twin Bees, Nancy's Wish. I've had him for pieces lately. I like her chances getting back down to the pole position. The Big Nipper one that's been very good to me. She's on the ticket as well, and as my top choice. 1, 3, and 4 in race number 7. Non-winners of one event. I think might be able to see a little bit of value in that dash, and then just the one Angry Angel for me in race number 8. That's my single. 3, 4, 5, and 8 in race 9. Kind of a tricky looking trotting event. And then the finale, just 2, 3, and 5. But I'll be honest, I could have spent more there, but we were getting way above the budget already. $14.40. That's more than I like to spend for a 20-cent ticket. So had to cut it down there. We're going with a single smack dab in the middle. We'll see Gary's ticket now. Look, Gary's ticket. Gary giving us a special late pick 5 ticket for our and there it is. See, that's why he's getting in the game here on these late pick 5s, because he loves to go with those skinny tickets and play them for bigger numbers. Big Nipper is single for him. Just the 1 and 3, that's Dream Shot and Laura's Crush. 1, 3, and 5 in race 8. So where I'm singling Angry Angel, he's going to also use the 3 Love Party and the 5 Ace 44 Rebel. And then a couple of 3s to finish it off. The 3 PL Quinella in race 9 and the 3 LA Sun Control in race 10. He's going to play that ticket for $2 because the way you see it on the screen, there's just 2 by 6. That's $6 for a dollar ticket. He's going to play for $2 equals $12 for his late pick 5. Again, he's trying to hit it for a decent number to finish off the meet here at Grand River. We'll see Conley's ticket now. Conley's ticket. See what he's got in store for us. And he's spending, well, a little bit less than myself, or a lot less than myself. I guess more than half of what I'm spending. So he's got the 1 and 2, Twin Bees, Nancy Wish, and Big Nipper. We're in agreement here. 1, 3, 4, and 5 in race number 7. So we're almost exactly the same in that dash. He's got one more horse than I do. Then we're both single in the 1 Angry Angel in race number 8. He's going to use just a 3 and 5, though, in the 9th race, that trotting event, PL Quinella, and the 5 Cadillac. And then the finale, well, we go in totally different directions. I went with the 2, 3, and 5. He's going with the 8 and 9. Major Hill from Post 8, getting back here to the river, and for Gerard Demers this time around. And then the 9 Salzbrook Hero in the trailing post for Team McDonald. So we see the last leg very different, but everything before that very similar. $6.40 for the cost for a 20-cent ticket for Mr. Conley Ecclestone, who's done a great job throughout the season with these pick 5 wagers and pick 4 wagers in his selections as well. But got a minute or so to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 5. Again, the takeout's always a low 15%. It's your last chance to bet the pick 5 this season here at the River. And that will also mean it's going to be a mandatory payout, I guess, too, right? Mandatory payout will be in effect for this one tonight. We'll come back after the post break, take a closer look at the upcoming dash.
Field 4, race number 6 on parade. 1, Twin Bee Nancy's Wish, Travis Henry for Sean, Stacy and Mark, and Natasha Stacy and Bertrand Gillespie. Number 2 is Big Nipper. Mike Horner drives and trains for Doug Wilson and Mark Horner. And number 3 is My Last Kiss, Sammy Fillion for Julie Walker and Dr. John Bradbury. 4, She's Lawless. Scotty Kohler for Shane Barrington and Max Stable. 5 is McWicked Move. Jason Ryan for Brent Dunbar and Dorothy Dunbar. And number 6, Tiny But Mighty. Brett McDonough for Gino Cicero. Number 8 is Worth Repeating. Number 8 is Worth Repeating. Austin Sorry for Duncan Gillis. And note that number 7, Panther Monium, is delayed from the post parade. Tullamore will drive for Matthew Panos and Mataross Stables. Field of 8, race number 6. Let's get right to it. And Rob, Big Nipper at 7-2. I'm excited. There is a look at 7, Panther Monium back there in the paddock, just waiting for Tullamore to get on aboard. But look, Big Nipper last time up had every reason to pack it in. Just thought they were coming at him from every angle, and he just said, "No, I have to have the win."
Yeah, no, she was very good. I mean, very game, and we saw obviously some slow fractions early, but she was swarmed by several rivals late. I mean, I thought that she might be fourth at the head of the stretch, and she battled on for the victory. So you've got to respect that. She did so as 7-5 favorite, and it was right here in this class, and she proved to be competitive in the class above this as well. Back-to-back runner-up finishes, and before that, she tried her luck at Mohawk Park. So her recent efforts here at the river have been fantastic. She draws inside now, even moves in 2 spots from what she had last time with post 4, and I think she's going to be forwardly placed and likely try to do something similar to what she did last time. So I'm not going off her. She's been good to me, and even in those underneath spots when she was 26-1 and 24-1. We did pretty well in the exotics. So 7-2 is a bit of a wild price on one that raced that well last time, and I think she's worth coming back to.
I am surprised, but look, part of the reason is Twin B Nancy's Wish is taking a lot of money, and you can make an argument Twin B Nancy's Wish has been knocking at the door and now gets a better post position. But the thing is, it might set up better for Big Nipper, because can Twin B Nancy's Wish get off the gate well enough to get a trip from the inside?
And that's kind of the big question, right? Even that victory, if you remember, that she had here on Industry Day, she came from way off the pace, right? So she did get away third 3 starts ago from the pole position, and then she tried a first over move, and she ended up settling for fourth. So I guess on that form reference, you say, okay, well, this is kind of a softer spot. She only got beat half a length last time, coming from off the pace in here. Maybe a similar journey this time out against this group. She can get past them, and she can go on for the victory. So I think that's where the logic is, that she's 7-5 on the board right now. And I don't really have much of an argument for that, because better post, back in that easier spot, and by all rights can be right there at the wire. So I'd still take the value on Big Nipper, but I have them both in the pick 5.
My Last Kiss is a horse that seems to benefit by trips, and last time out almost tripped out and got the job done, beating a neck to Big Nipper.
Yeah, that's the thing about this horse, is that, I'll be honest, last time I thought we were kind of dead in the water on our tickets with Big Nipper, because My Last Kiss is one that, I mean, the back-to-back victories, that August 12th win here was actually a second win in a row. The first one came at Hanover, and they were both ones where it was off the helmet. I think one was third over, one was second over. And when she got herself into that 2-hole, I said, "Oh, this could be big trouble," because Big Nipper is going to be chopping it out, but she's been finishing second as of late, and it wouldn't surprise me when like My Last Kiss goes past her, but she just couldn't get by her. I mean, she did all she could to get past. She came up a neck short at odds of 2-1. Now this time around, she's 5-1, which I guess you'd say is a bit of a opportunity to take back value. But I just look at it and say, well, if she didn't win off that trip, what trip does she need to win against these types? So I like her underneath. I think you have to have her everywhere in the exotics, but I didn't put her near the top tonight.
Rob, I got to tell you that Daryl Thiessen is going to be driving 7, Panthermonium. We saw that one standing back in the paddock. Panthermonium. It's going to be Daryl Thiessen, as Tyler Moore is off of the drive, as he is 6. So Panthermonium, it's going to be Daryl Thiessen. How about number 4, She's Lawless? This is one that's 3-1, and sent up by Shane Barrington, and got away from Mohawk. Raced here last time out, and actually raced reasonably well.
Yeah, first over a long way before being fifth, and the last time she kind of went a similar pattern in the maiden ranks here. First over trip, finished fifth. She came back and she went on the engine. So maybe we see a similar pattern tonight. She's 7-2 in the board. I just thought that I couldn't go against Big Nipper, and I thought Twin B Nancy's Wish has every right to kind of take a big step forward, having the pole position. So she ended up getting picked for fourth and missing out on my pick five ticket. But I've been looking at her on the track and thinking she looks pretty good, and I wouldn't be shocked if she was to maybe get back in the win column. So if I was to add one right now, it would likely be my fourth choice. She's Lawless to my pick five tickets.
I used Panthermonium for third. I know in tougher, but boy, that last race, that was a tough effort.
It was, yeah. I think that Panthermonium is one. She's certainly been progressing nicely for trainer Matthew Panos. Tough post tonight, tougher group, but she's one I could definitely use the bottom of the try and the super to try to spice it up.
And it's a field of 8 for race number 6. They're nearing the start. Field for the 6th race is at the start of the rough, and My Last Kiss comes blasting out with She's Lawless and Big Nipper on the inside. And now it is My Last Kiss and Big Nipper, and then She's Lawless third, and fourth is worth repeating, and then it is McWicked Move and Twin B Nancy's Wish and Tiny But Mighty. Panthermonium trailing the field. My Last Kiss has got the lead. Big Nipper is second. She's Lawless third, and worth repeating is racing fourth. Then McWicked Move and Twin B Nancy's Wish and Tiny But Mighty, and Panthermonium trailing. My Last Kiss and Semi Filion has the lead as they work their way on up towards us and heading to the half off a 28 opening quarter with Big Nipper in the pocket. She's Lawless. There goes McWicked Move now, and Twin B Nancy's Wish follows McWicked Move, and along to the inside is worth repeating. And then it is Panthermonium, and Tiny But Mighty has moved out, and they race their way on up towards the half. My Last Kiss at 5-1. Big Nipper is getting a trip, and on the outside now as they work into the backstretch off a 58-1 halftime and a 30-1 second panel. McWicked Move gets a little bit closer. She's Lawless on the inside. Twin B Nancy's Wish is well situated second over. Cher is fourth with She's Lawless, and then Tiny But Mighty, worth repeating, and Panthermonium. They head on to three quarters. My Last Kiss at 5-1 still has the lead. McWicked Move at 25-1, and Big Nipper taking the short way around the turn. Twin B Nancy's Wish is racing, positioned fourth and coming on now. Three quarters, 126-3. She's Lawless fifth. They turn for home. My Last Kiss. Big Nipper is looking to dart into the passing lane. My Last Kiss. Big Nipper. McWicked Move. Here comes Big Nipper up the inside. Big Nipper flying, but on the outside, McWicked Move. Big Nipper up the inside, but on the outside, McWicked Move. My Last Kiss. Big Nipper. I think it was McWicked Move. 3 across the track, 155-1. I guess we'll find out, Robert.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, I thought it was McWicked Move, but I'm probably the worst at calling the photos here at Grand River. But listen, the thing is, Gary, we didn't talk about this horse, and he was one that has been going off at big prices. Last time out in this class, raced competitively, finished third at 5-1. And tonight, monster price on the board. And what a way to kick off this final pick 5 of the season here at the River. I mean, this is a massive knockout. I did confirm it is mandatory payout for this sequence, since it is the final one of the year. And you can see right here, just getting past for the victory late here. It certainly looks like it anyways.
Yeah, it did win, actually, McWicked Move. And you did see a big effort by Big Nipper. It's just that, Big Nipper needed to wait a little bit at the top of the stretch, and Big Wicked Move got the jump on My Last Kiss.
Yeah, momentum edge certainly was in McWicked Move's camp, right? Because he's kind of already moving forward with all his momentum. Big Nipper, I thought, raced well, and I honestly thought at the head of the stretch, he's just going to have to get past My Last Kiss, which is exactly what she did. I mean, just could not get the one on the outside that was moving a little bit better late, and 25-1, there you have it. And we got a nice price on Big Nipper. Off that last victory as a favorite, you get 5-2 tonight. Just couldn't get there at the passing lane late. My Last Kiss tried different tactics this time around. Went to the lead, tried to go all the way on the engine. Ends up fading back to third and Twinbee. Nancy's Wish. I mean, just kind of a victim of her racing style, right? It's just so hard for her to kind of get into it. She kind of needs things to kind of go her way, and there to be a heavy pace up front for her to have any chance.
Well, off of already a 25 to 1 shot here in the sixth race. The pick five is getting interesting, and as you said, a mandatory payout. Let's look in front of us at number five, McWicked Move, a 3-year-old McWicked Bay filly owned by Dorothy Dunbar, Brent Dunbar. Brent Dunbar is the trainer. Jason Ryan, the winning driver. Fourth win for McWicked Move, 155 and 1. The sixth race payouts. Five, McWicked Move, 57.50, 23.50 at 860. Number two, Big Nipper, 373.83. My Last Kiss, $3. $2 exactor, 218.80. Dollar Try, 236.70. And the dollar Superfecta, 596.80. sixth race. Order finished top down 423 51687. That's 423 51687 on the bottom.
Well, it was bombs away in race number 6, likely putting many pick 5 tickets to the floor in that late pick 5 sequence with the 5 McWicked move winning at a huge price. But if you're out like myself and many others, it's time to jump in on the late pick 4 starting right here in race number 7. Same low takeout, 15%. This is our last of the bigger multi-leg wagers of the year here at Grand River. And well, in this sequence, I went 1, 3, and 4 to kick it off here. Don't have the favorite right now, the 5 kick cack, but I think that will likely change come post time. I got Dream Shot, Laura's Crush, and My Mom's an Ace. And then in race number 8, just the one Angry Angel. Last time out, got away, 5th off the gate, got shuffled back, was a good 3rd. Went into that off a miscue, so maybe, trying to, ensure a flat line. Top priority that time around. Now, pole position, I think we see her go forward off the gate. 3, 4, 5, and 8 in race number 9. I think it's a very interesting looking trotting event. I guess for me, one like Cadillac is one I'd side with on top, but I thought any one of those can win that dash. So 4 deep in there, and then 3 deep in the finale. 2, 3, and 5, giving the edge to the 3 LA Sun Control, who I've been backing many times this year at the River, and not with any success. But I think tonight maybe he rights the ship and gets the victory. $7.20 for a 20-cent ticket. We'll see what Conley's got in store for us real quick. We'll see Conley's ticket for this late pick 4. And there it is, 1, 3, 4, and 5. So he does add the 5 kick cack to his ticket. Just the one Angry Angel. So we're in the same page there. 3 and 5 in race 9. Yep, we are sharing horses. But then that money leg, that's where we go our separate ways. He's got the 8 Major Hill, the 9 Salzburg Hero. And I have the 2, 3, and 5 on my ticket. So not both of us can win, but hopefully we'll both get to that final leg, and one will walk away a winner in this late pick 4 sequence, our final one of the season here at the River. You've got a minute or so to map out your winning wagers for this late pick 4. We'll come back after the post for take a closer look at race number 7.
Field for the 7th on parade. 1 Dream Shot. Jason Ryan for Jared Bothwell and Neil Ostrom. And number 2 is Kathmandu. Peter Core drives drains for Don and Heather McGregor. Number 3 is Laura's Crush. Lauren House for Alan Shelton. And 4 is My Mom's an Ace. Brent McDonough for Brianna Eckenstein. Correction, Brian Eckenstein, and the owner is Debbie Eckenstein. And 5 is Kit Kat. Chris Matthews drives and trains for Todd Williams and Desmond Scott. And Lyons Brother Stable. Number 6, All-Star Caroline. Garrett Rooney for Jim Lee. And number 7 is Paige Rock Scissors. George Ketros for Michael Pattison. Field of 7. Race number 7. Let's get a look at this field. And Rob, we both see this race very similarly. And even though Dream Shot coming in off of 7th, beaten 7.5 last time out, we're backing this one to win.
Yeah, and I think definitely one that merits respect in here, getting down to the pole position. Last time out, you've got the trailing posts, gets away 5th off the gate, backed up to 8th, and then just not able to do much after that. That was a race where it was pretty fun at the top 2 finishers, and Dream Shot just wasn't able to get into the race. Had missed a week in between starts, was 3rd in the Prospect Series event, 2 back, now nose back on gate, and looks pretty good on the track right now when getting reunited with driver Jason Ryan. So no surprise that she's taking the support. I was, kind of hoping we'd see a slightly bigger number of the tote board, but I think she'll be the favorite come post time.
This is kind of a tough race to take anyone as a favorite. I think it's this race, I mean, these horses are not the most formful in this class, this fillies and mares maidens class and 2-year-olds, and things can definitely pan out differently than the way you look at it. Laura's Crush is the one that I'm most afraid of against Dream Shot, and you do see at least decent efforts the last couple.
Yeah, it was, for me, Laura's Crush, right? That start 2 back was again, the line is incorrect because was first over and was ended up kind of challenging first up and then faded out of it. Didn't go back to 5th, then come back forward again. Ended up finishing 4th, and last time out sat an inside trip, finished in the same position. So I like the fact that you get a good draw again, nose on gate. We've seen some good things from this filly here at the River, and wouldn't be surprised to see her try to go forward off the switch tonight. You've got a horse right beside her that has only gotten 1 lifetime start and got away 7th in that effort. And then, of course, Dream Shot's got the rail, who does show a break in the early stages 4 starts ago. So I would be shocked if Laura's Crush doesn't try to go forward off the gate tonight, and I think should be in the mix throughout.
Number 4, My Mom's an Aces, had only 2 starts, whereas the first couple, they both had 7 starts. So My Mom's an Ace has a little more of an argument to maybe step up and up the game, because oftentimes in those first starts you can make a fairly substantial jump.
Yeah, and has missed almost 2 months of action, right? Last race was on Industry Day. And this is one that actually I was pretty fond of on that day and took a lot of support too, like 36-1 lifetime debut. I thought it was pretty good closing effort to be 4th, and then got back down to 5-2 in that one and had to settle for a minor award in 5th. So, the time away, usually I look at it and say, well, you're going to need a start or 2 coming back. But, youngsters, I don't mind it as much when they miss some time. And sometimes they take a big step forward after that, and was obviously one that the betting public certainly thought had a big chance against a solid group with on Industry Day. And maybe we see an effort from her tonight that would have been one that was expected of her on that occasion. So opportunity to take back value, but you do run the risk of a horse that might need a start or 2. But 9-1, certainly at that number, you could take a flyer.
Number 2, Kathmandu, Peter Core. And this is one that's had just 1 start, Sports Writer filly that, you're seeing all these races all the time from all these different tracks. No track gets away on you, Leamington or Dresden or Sarnia, Hanover, Clinton. Your thoughts on Kathmandu?
Well, Peter Core's got a lot of nice horses in his barn right now, and I was kind of marveling at a lot of them at the meet in Sarnia. Like he had some real nice first timers, and he's got a real nice trotter as well that was rising up the ranks quicker than the eye. So this is another one that I thought it's got some potential. Last time, made up ground late. Third quarter was 28-1. Obviously flattened out a little bit in the later stages, but the thing is that first lifetime start, coming from the back, probably getting an education while doing it. So she's got every right to take a step forward here tonight, second time under the lights. 19-1. I figured the price would be a big one, and just hoping she can try to sneak her way into the exotics.
And a quick thought on our man Chris Matthews with Kit Kat, because this is one has shown some flashes, but has had some trouble putting together when it's the parimutuel race time.
Yeah, and last time I watched that replay, hoping to see when they got locked in, didn't really see that at all on that occasion. But did start off her career at the gold level, right? So obviously, connections thought highly of her, taking a lot of money tonight, taking money right from the get go. So I think we're going to likely see her put into play. We'll see what she's got.
It is a field of 7, race number 7. They are into the backstretch, gathering speed. Field of 7 for the 7th race. They're at the start and they're off, and down the center of the track, Laura's Crush. Kit Kat is stepping out. Kathmandu, Dream Shah, My Mom's an Ace, and then All-Star Caroline and Page. Rock Scissors, but Laura's Crush, 2-1 right now, has the lead, and there is Kit Kat, who is right now looking to get on over into the pocket position. And then Kathmandu is racing third. Dream Shot and My Mom's an Ace. And then All-Star Caroline and Page Rock Scissors as they race off the turn. And they come on towards us. Laura's Crush up at 28-1 opening quarter. Laura's Crush and Lauren House has the lead. Kit Kat and Chris Matthews in the pocket. There goes Dream Shot and Jason Ryan up and challenging now. Then Kathmandu's on the inside. To the outside, My Mom's an Ace. And then All-Star Caroline and Page Rock Scissors. But right now it is still Laura's Crush at 2-1 who's got the lead. Laura's Crush a little bit locked in a line there, and on the outside, Dream Shot. And Dream Shot is going to move up now and come on to grab the lead. And now on the outside, My Mom's an Ace. And trapped on the inside is Kit Kat on the back of Laura's Crush, who's dropped back. On the outside, fourth is Kathmandu. Kit Kat is racing fifth. And then it is back to All-Star Caroline and Page Rock Scissors. Dream Shot 1-2 on the boards, got the lead. My Mom's an Ace at 16-1. Racing position second. Laura's Crush, Kathmandu. Then Kit Kat on the inside is racing fifth, and All-Star Caroline and Page Rock Scissors. Dream Shot is starting to shoot away on the field. Laura's Crush on the inside is reclaimed second. Kathmandu, Kit Kat now on the inside, took the short way around the turn as they come on down the stretch ride, and it is Dream Shot, Laura's Crush, and Kathmandu, but Dream Shot is tons the best in this one and wins it. Then it's Laura's Crush and Kathmandu and Kit Kat on the inside for fourth. 156-2. Dream shot down to 1-2, and then went out there and lived up to it, Robert.
Yeah, certainly did. Got away, settled in, and then made that move in the middle stages, and there was no real holding her off. You did see, Laura's Crush has some steering issues too. That certainly helped her get to the lead, but at that point, I mean, you could see she was just traveling better than everyone else in there. She was kind of much the best, and a nice victory for Dream Shot. We saw this one do very well in her lifetime debut. Winner at first asking at 8-1. I think I had her on top that night too. Humble brag. That was on July 22nd, and now her second victory also comes here at the River, getting back into the similar ranks anyways to where she won. So Dream Shot, nice victory for Jason Ryan. You got Kathmandu was one that I thought raced pretty well too. He ends up finishing third at a big price. Might help out the trifecta, but it's pretty chalky on top, Gary.
Laura's Crush that is one that might be able to go forward. There's some issues to get straightened out, as you saw, but I also saw lots of talent.
Yeah, no, she's raced well in recent efforts, right? We've seen her take a lot of air. We've seen her go on the engine. I mean, she's done different kind of trip scenarios and held up well. No match for Dream Shot tonight, but she's the best of the rest. And like you said, there's certainly some areas that she could still improve, right? And if she does that, then maybe she'd be more on terms with one like Dream Shot tonight.
Well, it is a 1-3-2-5. Top four in race number 7. Coming back in front of us is One Dream Shot. 2-year-old sports writer by filling by Neil Oostrom, Jared Bothwell, the trainer, Jason Ryan with the driving double. It is the second win for Dream Shot, 156-2. That's a new career mark for Dream Shot. The seventh race payouts, One Dream Shot, 310, 210, 210. 3 Laura's Crush, 230, 210. 2 Kathmandu, 480. $2 Exactor, 480. $1 Try, 1090. $1 Superfecta, 3805. Seventh race, or finish from the top down to 132, 7456. That's 132, 7456 in the bottom. Field on post parade for the eighth one. Angry Angel, Travis Henry for Zachary Carroll. Number 2, Check with Vivian, Garrett Rooney for Peter Core. Number 4 is MVP Kamala, Austin Surrey for Ernest Party. 5 is Ace 44 Rebel, Brett McDonough for Craig Gilmore and Deanna White. And number 6, Red Trans Am, Jason Ryan for Brett Lester and Rebecca Williamson. Number 7, Century Kiss Me, Daryl Thiessen for Ben Wallace and Wallace Standabreds and Terry Krawick.
Looks like 3 still in a stall. So.
And number 3, Love Party has delayed back in the paddock. It's Sammy Filya for Mike Kwiatkowski. It is a field of 7 for race number 8. And Rob, we've had a pretty formful night, and Angry Angel is 1-5 on the board. I decided to take a shot here and try to go against one that I think is going to get heavily bet. But the logic dictates that maybe Angry Angel is going to be too tough in here. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I love her chances in here. I obviously don't like the price. I mean, you know that, Gary. We never like to get behind a price that short. But, yeah, no, I absolutely love her chances in here tonight. Just kind of, makes sense. Last time out, ended up kind of getting stuck on the inside, never really got much of a chance, came on for third late and went into that off a miscue. So maybe a flat line was a top priority last time, and she's done good things getting forwardly placed in the past. I think we likely see her going back to those tactics this evening. But, again, 1-5 is never fun to back, right?
Well, and if you want some more fun, you get back Ace 44 Rebel then, because you get the equipment change, blind Parado to blinkers. You get Brett McDonald and second beaten a nose. A little bit of seconditis, but maybe that seconditis gets cured up here at a better price.
Yeah, I think you could definitely look in her direction. She's been racing well, and I did think, again, I keep saying it, September 8th, I thought maybe she would have been close to the win anyways when she made a break in stride in tight quarters at Flamborough Downs, ended up finishing 5th, getting placed back to 6th. 3rd, 2 back, and then just missed by a nose to Panthermonium in her latest. So I think you could convince me that, she is definitely better value, 5-1 versus 2-5, but I just think if Angry Angel brings her A game, she could be tough to beat. But yeah, the price is certainly right on one like Ace 44 Rebel.
So I went to number 3, Love Party on top. And look, you can't love an 8th place finish last time out, but it was post 8. The 2 previous starts before that were in non-winners of 2 against the likes of Stag, Royal, and Good as Hell. Just didn't compare in there. And also, the track at Flamborough has it's been kind of tiring. Then you go a little further down the page, and you see some competitive miles in with some solid company. It did wire a field at the end of July at Georgian Downs and beat Ace 44 Rebel, and all the way on top at Georgian 57-1. That track doesn't yield all that fast times. It didn't on that day. Love Party, Sammy Filya, Mike Kwiatkowski. I'm taking my shot here at 9-1.
I like it. I like that you're doing that. This is one that I looked at in the program and said, she really is better than what her recent paper shows, right? And we know that from those starts earlier in the season. She's just 1 for 13 this year, but she does have those runner-up finishes. She's hit the board with more frequency as well. And I just think that, we were going to get an overlay on her here. I pegged her for 3rd, but I did kind of toy with the idea of taking a shot on her as well. So, I like that you've done that, Gary. You're trying to beat the favorite. And I don't mind the direction you've gone in because, again, I do firmly think that those recent efforts are not what she's capable of. And from post 3 tonight, we might see her get put into play off the switch.
I was just looking for something that's hidden because, look, 5, Ace 44 Rebel, it's not hidden. It's right there as she's been coming on of late. Now, another one is number 7, Century Kiss Me. And this is one that, at least has a couple of wins. Ben Wallace, longtime successful trainer. But the thing with Century Kiss Me, I know blasted from post 7 2 races ago, but then paid for it in the late going.
Yeah, definitely did in the late going. I mean, she got forwardly placed from post five, reasonable spot on the gate, ends up fading back a bit late. But I just think that this is one that we've both kind of thought can do good things in each of her last two here. Kind of waiting for her to kind of raise her game a little bit. Now she's picked up minor awards, and now the post goes back to being a little trickier from the seven hole. So I just again looked at it and thought the morning line of 3-1 was going to be obviously much higher than that because of the fact that you're starting from the uttermost post in the contest, and I still think there's ability there for this Phillies. So 14-1, I think you've got to use her everywhere underneath the exotics, and I think really. She could be taken back off the gate and still work her way into it, or she's shown more than enough tactical speed to go forward off the switch.
And then number 4, MVP Kamala, turned things around with a huge win at Flamborough last time out. Was bet down in that race. Hard to believe off of the lines before it. Ernest Party. Thoughts there?
Yeah, I think this one has a chance to maybe do good. Maybe go to the engine or sit a trip, getting forwardly placed. But again, I think that the others we talked about are better win candidates. But you know what? You never want to ignore one that comes into this off a win, and she's the only one that's doing that. So that's something that's certainly a feather in her cap.
It's a field of 7 for race number 8. Third last dash on the season as they're approaching the start. There at the start of the rough and blasting out. MVP Kamala is going to sprint out with authority. And Ace 44 Rebel checks with Vivian. Angry Angel. Then Love Party Red Trend Sam and Century Kiss Me. And now it is Ace 44 Rebel at 6-1 who's taking the lead. MVP Kamala 13-1 is second. Check with Vivian is racing third. Angry Angel, the 1-5 favorite. Mid-pack fourth in front of Love Party. Then Red Trans Am and Century Kiss Me. And they race their way off the turn. Ace 44 Rebel. MVP Kamala fills the pocket of a 28 opening quarter. They head up towards the half and racing third. Check with Vivian. There goes Angry Angel now, working on the outside and coming quickly. And then Love Party's going to stay down to the inside. Red Trans Am has moved out, and Century Kiss Me. And it is Ace 44 Rebel racing on up to the half. 28 opening quarter. They roll past the half. Ace 44 Rebel at 6-1, 57-2 halftime. MVP Kamala is second right now. Angry Angel needs to flash a little more anger right now and move on up, and is coming now as they head on towards the three quarters. Ace 44 Rebel. Angry Angel appears to be getting angrier with every step and is about a length and a quarter back. MVP Kamala third, Red Trans Am, check with Vivian, Love Party, Century Kiss Me, Ace 44 Rebel still has 2 1/4 lengths, Angry Angel, MVP Kamala, Red Trans Am and check with Vivian, 3/4 126, and it is Ace 44 Rebel, Angry Angel, on down the stretch drive at MVP Kamala, on down the stretch drive, Ace 44 Rebel continues on, Ace 44 Rebel, and Angry Angel is chasing, but is chasing to no avail. Ace 44 Rebel, Angry Angel, MVP Kamala close for fourth between Check with Vivian and Red Trans Am. 155-1. Rob, my idea of going against the 1-5 favorite was right, but I had the wrong one.
Well, I mean, listen, at least you're willing to go against the favorite there, and the thing is that this is one that's been knocking at the door, right? And we know Brett McDonald's been putting horses into play, and it's exactly what he does tonight with Ace 44 Rebel, and that's a pretty fine performance to break her maiden, right? She's one that's been knocking at the door. 7 on the board finishes in 14 tries, 5 runner-up finishes, no victories. Well, tonight you can now get her picture taken for the first time. I mean, that was a real nice win on the engine, and we thought that's what it might take, right? I mean, Angry Angel doesn't get away with the lead from the pole position. She is a game second, chasing this one to the wire after being first over a long way, but just could not get to the winner.
Maybe we found the cure for seconditis. Go to the front and don't look back.
Yeah, well, I mean that's usually a good recipe, isn't it? I mean, when a horse has kind of been second best and not able to get the job done, put them on the lead and open her lungs up and hope for the best. I mean, she responded well to it tonight, and we know speed's good over this surface, right? So typically, that's where you want to be.
And nothing wrong with the effort on Angry Angel. 1 to 5's tough to take, but Angry Angel just had to do a lot of work on the outside, and the one on the lead wasn't coming back.
No, and that's the thing, right? I mean, first over a long way, kind of grinding away out there, and just not able to reel that one in, right? Never was able to get on even terms with her, and then wasn't able to really even get lapped onto her until very late in the mile, like the dying stride. So it's just tonight, just the trip. I don't know if it really was the trip. Just ran into a horse that was kind of ready for a big mile, and that's what Ace 44 Rebel did.
It's frustrating because it's been a fairly formful night, and I just thought this was the race to go against the favorite, and then not having the right one.
Now you were right about that. Just right idea, wrong result. It happens a lot in this game.
It's a 5-1-4-2. Back in front of us is 5 Ace 44 Rebel. 3-year-old Dally Bay filly owned by Dana White, trained by Craig Gilmore. Brett McDonald, the winning driver. Ace 44 Rebel victorious, 155-1. Eighth race payouts 5 Ace 44 Rebel, 1440, 360, and 240. 1 Angry Angel, 210, 210. 4 MVP Kamala, 440. $2 exactor, 23.40. Dollar try, 39.95. Dollar superfected, $225.70. And down trackside, we have Jenna McDonnell, our track manager here, celebrating the season victories of Travis Henry and Ashley Lenvoy. Travis Henry, our top dash winning driver, 54 wins on the season. Travis had a great season, winning at more than 18%, a 342 EDRS, and a boy, Travis Henry, and also Ashley Lenvoy is going to be sad to see the meet end here at Grand River. She has been rolling of late, and Ashley had 19 winners. She also added one more this evening, scoring with Full Disclosure. So Ashley Lenvoy also is our top trainer. 19 wins on the season in just 77 starts. Ashley Lenvoy, Travis Henry, our top trainer and driver for 2024. Eighth race, so her finish from the top, 246.3157. That's 246.3157 on the bottom. Field on parade for the ninth. One Wolfpack Attack. It is Jason Ryan for Joe Shaw. And 2 is Scratch 3. Peel Canella. Brett McDonald from Matt Dupuis. 4 is Magnificent 7. Semifilia for Mark Goddard and Brandon Guerrera. 5 is Cadillac. Scott Cole for Shane Barrington and Sylvain Cote. 6, He Will. Bill Megan drives and trains and owns. Number 7, LMC Mr. Squishy, Smilin' Pat Houdon driving for Lardina Cirillo. Number 8 is Pierce Wave, Hanover, Daryl Thiessen for Gary Murner and Andrea Leon. And 9 is SG Goliath King Andre Goy for James Hasty and Keith Hasty. Field of 8, race number 9. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, number 5, Cadillac. You got 5-1 last time out here racing in this class. You're not going to get 5-1 this time out. 4-5. Raced really well last race.
Yeah, I did race well last time out, and no surprise, this horse takes a lot of support in here. And post 7 in that go round, got away 8th off the gate, made up ground late to be 3rd. I did think this race is kind of one of the more open races of the night against Mercutio on that occasion. Mercutio won by as much as he pleased, so the margin is certainly a lot bigger in the program. You know, it looks a lot worse than it was, but you loved Mercutio on that occasion, Gary, and much the best winner for that one. So Cadillac this time around, looks like the most logical one on paper, I think, and that's why he's even money. But again, I went 4 deep in here and thought there were some other intriguing options.
The second last time Cadillac raced in this class, went to the front and bombed the field by 8.5. Maybe that's the plan for Cadillac, because last time had to race from off the pace. Number 4, Magnificent 7, is one that you're willing to come back to. Raced well here in a couple of starts in this class. That last race at Flamborough, it didn't work out well, but some horses are not enjoying that track so far in September.
Yeah, I was willing to just throw that one out. Got away 6th off the gate, never really able to get into the race, and you've kind of noted that the track seems a little bit on the slow side or dead side even there. So 2 back, I thought was going to be where Magnificent 7 might pop, right? Because I really liked the effort first time back off the bench. I thought it was a nice one to be 4th, and I thought Had Trot on the end of that mile kind of raced sneaky good on that occasion, but then had to settle for the show spot to Cadillac Moon, who is his stablemate, by the way. That was a decent effort, I thought. So I'm going to just go with it that he's kind of progressing from that one and just take out that latest effort. And 4-1 to me is not a bad price at all. I really thought he had a big chance last time here at the River, and I'm thinking if he just kind of can kind of pivot forward off that one, he can certainly be in the mix here. So Cadillac, heavy favorite. I would say the best value right now, probably Magnificent 7 at 7-2.
I went to 3 Peel Canella on top, and last time out I think needed a flat line more than anything and had an outside post. You go further down the page back into August and of course into July. Peel Canella knocked head with some good ones, was second to Goober Smack and third to Am I Radical and Wizard Wally August the 14th. Good measuring sticks, 5-2. I want to take Peel Canella over Cadillac.
Yeah, and I just what I struggle with often is when a horse is coming into those lifetime non-winners races and they have to go in against more seasoned horses, right? And I mean, in this field, I mean, it's not like you've got any that have racked up $1 million, but Pierce Wave Hanover the 8, 33 wins over $500,000. Cadillac's got 9 wins over 100,000. Magnificent 7 nearly 180,000. So I sometimes struggle with how to kind of gauge these horses, and usually I just would say I'm going to side with the others that maybe have little more seasoned experience and more victories. So, like what he's done this year at the River, I put him in the third spot. I think he has pretty decent pre-race appearance. The 5-2 might be a shade lower than what I think going to win.
Yeah, it is a bit on the low side. I thought I could get a little bit more, especially that last line, but just kind of a tour around the track to finish sixth. You mentioned Pierce Wave Hanover, and he gets to move in a spot, and well, you might as well talk about him because 4 wins and 11 starts this year and sent up a Gary Murner.
Yeah, this is the interesting one, right? It really is. I mean, if you look back to the lines back in May in London, I mean, he's racing for an optional tag of 15,000, optional tag of 20,000. Well, he's discounted a lot from that tag tonight. Last time out, you talk about a trip around the track, dreaded 10 hole at Mohawk Park, racing off the shelf, gets away last off the gate, never really is able to get into the race that was won by the fixer. Needed the effort, you would think. Took support to the tune of 12-1. I'd watch this one kind of going to the gate. If you think he's going to, try to get forwardly placed, then I think his stock rises significantly. Second start for Gary Murner. Nice price too at 6-1. So I did say the value might be Magnificent 7. Pierce Wave Hanover with the back class in his favor. He might actually be the one to go to at that price of 6-1.
Well, our top horse, neither one of us has value. Cadillac 6-5, and Peel Canella is a little too low for my liking at 2-1. But those are our top choices, and the money is getting spread around on the four that we mentioned. We'll find out how it unfolds. It's a field of 8. It is race number 9, and they are rolling towards the top of the stretch. And the start. Field for the 9th race, second last dash of the season. They're all in position. They're at the start of the rough, and Pierce Wave Hanover leaving with LMC Mr. Squishy, and also driving out as he will. Cadillac on the inside, and now taking back a bit is Pierce Wave Hanover to find the pylons racing fourth. Then it is PL Canella, Magnificent 7, and then back further is SG Goliath King, and Wolfpack Attack is trailing the field. LMC Mr. Squishy went off stride. He will at 45-1, and Bill Meegans has got the lead. 27-1's the opening quarter. Racing second, Cadillac in behind, he will, as they roll their way on past us off that lively quarter of 27-1. Pierce Wave Hanover is forwardly placed third. Then it is PL Canelo, who's fourth in front of Magnificent 7. Then SG Goliath King and Wolfpack Attack. But it is He Will. He Will at 45-1. Cadillac is 1-2 on the board. And keeping a close watch on He Will, who's got a lead of about 2 1/4. There goes Pierce Wave Hanover now, moving on the outside, and PL Canella is racing position to fourth. Lively half, 55-4, and it is He Will, and Bill Meegans leading, but Pierce Wave Hanover is looking to pierce into the lead if He Will, and that lead is down to just about a nose. Pierce Wave Hanover, now PL Canella is rolling out wide and down to the inside. Cadillac is racing fourth and gets off the pylons, and then Magnificent 7. PL Canella looking to track down Pierce Wave Hanover. PL Canella, Pierce Wave Hanover on the inside. He will, and the field turns for him, and then Cadillac on down the stretch drive they come. PL Canella driving on down the stretch drive, and it is PL Canella. PL Canella, if you please, is your winner. And then it is Pierce Wave Hanover, Magnificent 7 in Cadillac, 156-1. PL Canella. Rob, now can you compare him in here?
Yeah, I knew that was coming. I was just waiting for it, right? We got 2 races left, and Gary gets one of those. And you're right. You're right. I mean, listen, I have to stick to my principles, right? And the thing is that I like the horse. I pegged him for third. It's funny. The horse I measured him up against was Pierce Wave Hanover, and that's the one he goes past in the stretch, right? You got a horse who's 66,000 lifetime earnings, 4 wins versus 33 wins and 560,000 earnings, almost a $500,000 more. But he had to watch PL Quinella go bye-bye in the stretch because that was a big effort from this horse. It really was. I mean, and we've liked what he's done all year. He's knocked heads with some really nice horses, and now there's a 3. And this time around, he trots away for the victory. And Brett McDonald been really hot as of late, especially here at the River, and just a nice victory there for PL Quinella. Getting away from a real classy veteran there in Pierce Wave Hanover, who I thought raced really well in defeat. He made the move to the outside. And again, I thought was pretty good to be second there, and just couldn't beat PL Quinella, getting the job done in the penultimate race of the meet here at the River.
I'm so mad that Big Nipper didn't manage to get the job done in the sixth race, got beat by McWicked Move, because that thin pick five would have been alive going into the 10th race, and
Wow.
singled up PL Cannell in this ninth race. That's how I felt about him.
That's impressive. And you know what the thing is that we'll have to see what the payouts are going to be. It's a mandatory payout, right? I mean, you never know. Who'd you have in the last though?
I got just LA Sun Control. That might be
Yeah,
enough of a price too. I don't know.
Maybe. Possible. You know what? I like it though. I like that you went against favorites. And again, we always talk about it's not who wins, it's who gets beat. And you've beaten favorites in several of those legs. So kudos to you, Gary, for going against the chalk here.
It's a 3.845, and back in front of us is number 3 PL Canella, 4-year-old Cadabra Bay Gelding, owned and trained by Matt Dupuis. Brett McDonald is the winning driver. Third win for PL Canella, 156-1. Ninth race. 3 PL Canella, $11, $460 and $370. 8 Pierce Wave Hanover, $760 and $450 and 4. Magnificent 7, $340. $2 exactor, $91.80. Dollar try, $136.30. Dollar super, $382.50. ninth race. Order of finish from the top. 7 scratch 1, 3, 4, 5, 8, 2, 6. That's 7 scratch 1, 3, 4, 5, 8, 2, 6 on the bottom. On post parade for the 10th, one is Rilkoff, Tyler Moore for Paul Meekins, and JJJ Stables. Number 2, Harper's hat trick, Jason Ryan for Chris Haskell. Number 3 is LA Sun Control, Scott Kohler for Rick Edwards and Michael Tam. And 4, Larry is Deb's Rock, Andre Guay for Ruth Moore and James Hasty. 5 is Beach and Lindy, Steve Charlton drives and trains and owns. Number 6, White Cookie, Jay Harris for Pam Forkey and Triple S Equine and Brian Hamill. Number 7, Full Credit, Tom Smith for Jane Walker. It is Major Hill, Travis Henry for Gerard Demarais and Francois Morin. And 9, Salisbury Hero, Brett McDonough for Ron McDonald. Full field of 9, final dash on the season, Rob. It's a great race to end with because I think it's a good betting race. There's a lot of different ways you could look at this race. It's a pick 5, and, well, we're both going to LA Sun Control on top, even though back-to-back 6th place finishes. But, of course, the reason is drops in class.
Yeah, class relief I think is going to do wonders for him. Now, we've tried him a few times, Gary. He's kind of squandered some opportunities here at the River when he's had good trips, and I'm just hoping that tonight, he gets away cleanly off the gate. He's not always the best horse, to going behind the gate. So hopefully he gets away cleanly off the switch. And with any kind of a trip, I think he can get the better of this group. I mean, he's a horse that I thought raced fantastic towards the end of the meet at the Raceway in London, and he loves that service, so he might like getting back there when that meet just starts up. As of tomorrow, October the 1st, we start racing there at the Raceway. And I couldn't go against him here. I've backed him many times without success here at the River. I'm hoping he gets the job done on the final night of our season.
Your second choice in here, Harper's hat trick, is interesting. He's had a few starts that weren't good. That last one is the second start after being sick, and at Mohawk, you saw that race. Maybe signs of better things to come because we know Harper's hat trick has some decent overall ability.
He does, yeah. I mean, I think he's always a horse that's going to be better on the smaller surface, right? So, he's one that's good on a half. I think he's better suited for the 5/8 as well. Decent 5th last time in a condition race at Mohawk Park, and was kind of overland at the start from post 8 on that one before settling in. So, I just think that this looks like more like his people class wise, and also just a better situation for him. An inside draw over a smaller surface. I think he's hit a good trip throughout and then maybe make some noise in the late stages. So I've always liked the horse. Pretty sure this was was it last season before you made this horse your Gary Guy guarantee and he won for you?
I was trying to look that up.
Gutsy.
That was the guaranteed horse. I just can't remember what year it is because, after a while things all just kind of roll.
I think it was 2 seasons ago. Yeah, I think it was last year. I think it was the season before, but first time I've ever heard that on a broadcast, and I was going to send everyone your way when they wanted their money back.
I'm 1 for 1 on guaranteed, so maybe I'll just leave it at batting 1,000.
Don't do that again, please.
Beach and Lindy, look, 50-1 last time out, closed pretty nicely, 27-2 final quarter. Beach and Lindy, I thought would be more than 5-1, but that last final quarter and raced well. This is one that was really good last year, been a little light this year.
Yeah, no, it was a really nice closing effort. It was one that certainly, got my attention. And Beach and Lindy, I mean, this is a horse with all kinds of backclass, right? Over 330,000 made, 31 victories, and has always been one that really flourishes from off the pace. Now, moving in a couple spots, like, it doesn't have to race from off the pace. He's one that's got speed as well when he wants to use it. Not like, tremendous early foot, but enough that he can get away off the gate. He's interesting to me tonight. He's a free-legged one that I think can, maybe make some noise in here with any kind of reasonable trip. Now, 0 for 15 on the season, but these are not out of his reach by any stretch. And I think the price at 6-1 is a bit lower than what I'd be willing to take in a win ticket, but I would not leave him off really anywhere in your high five. If you want to take a standout one on top like LA Sun Control, I'd have Beach and Lindy everywhere underneath.
Number 6, White Cookie, is interesting to me. I wanted to use this one on top because remember, I think, what was it, last Friday night when I gave you a Pam Forgy horse from the trailer post that you thought, nah, I don't know, and ended up paying 70 some odd dollars?
Yeah, I remember that. No, I do. Yeah, that was a wild one.
Well, this final dash here, how about White Cookie?
Well, I like White Cookie. I do. I have been chasing this one in Sarnia, and it hasn't worked out for me. Back-to-back odds-on choices. I think I was on him too with 16-1 3 starts ago, so at least I wasn't a chalk-eating weasel that time around. But I was the last two, and both times it did not work out. But now tonight you're getting back on the Lasix program, and like you said, I mean, this is a barn that can certainly. Get them to take a big step forward at times, and White Cookie is another one that's got lots of back class, right? Over 400,000, made 33 lifetime victories, and he's got the ability to maybe try to go down the road here. And a horse that we know won't be doing that, or most likely not doing that, LA Sun Control we have on top. White Cookie might be the one to chase. So 7-2, not a bad number. I think bettable at that price, and certainly will be in the mix throughout.
And we know that Conley's not a chalk-eating weasel because he took Major Hill here. Thoughts on that one?
Yeah, Major Hill's interesting, right? I mean, he's got all kinds of back class as well, and post 8 I certainly don't like, for him in here. But at the end of the day, I would say stranger things have happened, than the Major Hill winning against this group. Conley went to the 8-9 in here. Again, I thought that, this was kind of a wide open dash. I liked 3 of them that are, I think, all taking kind of logical support. But right now our favorites are, co-favorites at 3-1, right? So even the betting public kind of going in every direction in this dash. And I don't mind Conley, putting a price on top, especially one like Major Hill, who, again, fits in nicely with this group. The post I don't like, and there's other question marks surrounding him as well.
Well, Salzburg Hero is one that I threw onto the ticket for 4th that you didn't use. And look, you can't use them all, and the year's been kind of light for Salzburg Hero. But interesting, Ron McDonald. Brett's been hot of late. Ron McDonald's having a really good year.
Yeah, and you know what? I think for me it was just the latest effort. I might be holding it against him. I think I needed him on that occasion. I thought he was a winner. He went to the lead. It was a race where Major Hill was a heavy favorite, and he made a break in stride behind the gate. And I thought Salzburg Hero kind of had an easy path to victory on the engine. Just couldn't close it out. Got beat on both sides. First over horse beat him, and then he got beat up the passing lane as well. He faded back to 3rd late. And again, it was just one of those ones where I maybe I'm holding it against him because I kind of needed him desperately that time around. Trailing post 2. We know it's had more success here, right? We know that. It's had more success over this surface, but it's still a tricky spot to win from. So, I kind of left him off tonight, but I might regret it because he is a horse that's got a chance in here.
And the fans are way more enamored with Rilkoff than the 3 of us are because Rilkoff is off of our tickets and yet 9-2 on the inside.
Yeah, and he's one that can certainly make some noise against this group from the pole position. Again, I just don't know how he stacks up against this group, and I figured he would take some support, and I wasn't willing to kind of take a price. Certainly not 5-1. I thought he should be a little bit higher than that, to be perfectly honest.
Well, we're on LA Sun Control, both of us, and LA Sun Control 3-1 right now on the board as there's a field of 9, the 10th and final dash of the meet. They're nearing the start. Giddy up. And the field for the 10th race is at the start of the rough. LA Sun Control is going to shine early. And then also getting out, Rilkoff, Harper's Hat Trick, White Cookie, full credit. Larry is Deb's Rock. Then it is Beach and Lindy and Salzburg Hero. And Major Hill is trailing the field. LA Sun Control is in a hurry to get his work done on this 10th dash. And White Cookie is racing position second now. Rilkoff Rilkoff is on the inside, positioned third after leaving from post one, and is in front of Harper's Hat Trick as they race off the turn, heading on past us, and racing fifth is Full Credit. Then it is Hilarious Debs Rock. Salisbury Hero is up and driving now. Then Beach and Lindy and Major Hill. 26-second opening quarter. LA Sun Control as they work their way towards the half. LA Sun Control looks for a second panel breather with White Cookie right there in the pocket. Rilkoff is going to try it first over. Harper's Hat Trick on the back of Rilkoff. Then Full Credit on the inside. Salisbury Hero. Then it is Beach and Lindy and Larry as Debs Rock and Major Hill. LA Sun Control, 9-5 on the board, 54-2 in the halftime. And LA Sun Control is shining brightly still. White Cookie, and then to the outside, Harper's Hat Trick is rolled off the cover of Rilkoff, who's dropping back. Salisbury Hero is fifth. From the backfield, Major Hill is kicking into gear, but has a major amount of work to do. Then Beach and Lindy in Full Credit, and Larry is Debs Rock. LA Sun Control has done a lot of work, but now is still got to work to close it up because White Cookie is nibbling away at the lead, and then Harper's Hat Trick and Salisbury Hero on down the stretch front they come. LA Sun Control, White Cookie, LA Sun Control is digging in. White Cookie, LA Sun Control wins it. White Cookie, Beach and Lindy, then Harper's Hat Trick and Salisbury Hero, 153 flat. LA Sun Control, Robin, 153 flat.
Yeah, nice trip there. You know what? I said I don't think we'll see him on top, but I guess I was wrong with that one. He goes down the road today, and certainly that was what the doctor ordered for LA Sun Control and the easier classification, no doubt about it. Much the best winner in 53 flat, and it's nice to finish it off with a winner for both of us, Gary. Finish off the meet, finish off the season with a winner on top, and he took a lot of support, more than I probably thought he would, but I mean, he's certainly deserving of it the way the race shaked out. A much the best winner, and most of the horse underneath, I mean, are in the mix for yours truly, so not a bad way to finish off the night.
Well, my exactor was the 3 and 6. White Cookie wasn't able to close, even though I thought maybe LA Sun Control could be a little bit vulnerable in the final turn, but just kept on going.
Yeah, no, it was one of those ones where it looked like maybe they were going to get to him late, but he's one that he had a real nose for the wire at the Raceway at Western Fair. Hasn't had it here at the River, but he finally gets that victory here tonight in the final night of the meet. White Cookie, a solid second. Beach and Lindy, that's one to watch for next time. This horse is rounding into form, I think.
Well, Robert, winter well. I'll listen for you at Western Fair Raceway and hope you're back next spring. Of course you will be.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you to everyone. Thanks to everyone at Grand River Raceway. Thanks to all the fans, the horse people, and the wonderful equine athletes as well. Gary, thank you too for obviously another fantastic season. You do a great job, my friend, and we'll certainly talk throughout the off season.
And there's Scotty Coulter, the Tan Tornado, storming to victory with LA Sun Control. LA Sun Control, 4-year-old controlled the moment. Brown gelding by Rick Edwards and Michael Tam. Rick Edwards, the trainer. 7th win for LA Sun Control this year, and 10th lifetime. 153 flat. LA Sun Control shining brightly in the 10th. The 10th race payouts: 3 LA Sun Control, 570, 370, 270. 6 White Cookie, 470, 335. Beach and Lindy, 390. Dollar pick 3, 106.20. Dollar pick 4, 160.15. Dollar pick 5, $3,712. And 20-cent high 5, 176.90. Fans note in a moment we'll show you the pick. There is the dollar pick 5, 5 of 5, $3,712.75. That's the $1 pick 5, $3,712.75. The 10th race. Order of finish from the top down, 841-732-965. That's 841-732-965 on the bottom. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this evening. And 2024, it was a great year of racing action here. Hope you all winter well and join us next year for Racing Action 2025 at Grand River Raceway. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Casey.
Good night, Gary.